there, everybody, and welcome to episode 153 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. My name's Dan, and this is that bit we do at the start where we take it upon ourselves, me specifically, to introduce my good friend Phil. How you doing, matey?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. Very good indeed. How about you?
I'm doing all right, mate. Yeah, no, absolutely. The world is treating me well, by all accounts. At the time that this episode goes out, I will be away, sunning myself on holiday. So hopefully this episode 1 happens, 2 goes out on time, and 3 isn't too short for our established listeners who expect long hours of content. Given the fact that I wasn't available to record for one of the weeks that we would normally record in, this is as good as we could come up with, basically. So apologies from the outset. I wasn't here to do as much as we might normally do. Thus, we won't be talking about the new balanced data slate, nor will we be talking about 10th edition 40k. But we will be talking about what, Phil?
Well, we'll be talking about the Lion. For Primarch himself, we'll be going through his datasheet. We also go through AZRAEL. I know we've already talked about him a little bit in the last episode, but we'll do a proper in-depth dive into him and Dante as well. We're covering that datasheet. So those two will have a little interesting thing, which we'll get to when we get to it. And also, the big topic is obviously not Vashdor, because that's the next episode. We're talking about Angron. So, Angron, Arks of Omen, Book 2. We'll be doing another deep dive lore segment into the story of the Angron book.
That is all accurate and correct. Much like this 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
This week's 5-star review, where do you think so? Phil Words, Happy Times, Review Place, what do you think?
Let's go with Audible UK.
You're quite wrong, Phil. How foolish you must feel to never be able to guess accurately where I am randomly plucking 5-star reviews from.
I know, how
You
am I
fool!
meant to do it?
It's unbelievable. I mean, there was that time, wasn't there, where you were really good at it, but...
I know, but that was before Audible was a thing, so I had, it was either Facebook or that other place.
iTunes.
iTunes, yes. It was those two, basically. And sometimes a country, maybe,
Yes.
within that mix.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Apologies for all these added layers of complexity. But this week's 5-star review, or this episode's 5-star review, comes via Gavin, surname withheld, on the pages of faces, the book face. Facebook, that's what I'm trying to say.
Ooh, exciting.
Oh, lovely. So yes, this is a 5-star review via Facebook, which is of course a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. Not that you leave a 5-star review on Facebook specifically, but that you leave a 5-star review somewhere. And for those of you that have, thank you very much. We will get to you as soon as possible. And for those of you considering doing so, we encourage it because, it's not just good for us. It's also lovely for you when you finally get to hear yourself being discussed in this incredibly tedious segment. Isn't that right, Phil?
I mean, who wouldn't want it?
Exactly. Who Who I say. In addition to this, if you were in the mood to do so, if you have the means of affording it and you feel like slinging us a few quid, you can head on over to Patreon and do so. And we massively appreciate support from our patrons. The other thing that I need to edit is a video of me and Phil doing a hot sauce challenge. Haven't got around to doing that just yet. I desperately need to do it before Warhammer Fest because part of it is us discussing things that we expect we'll be seeing at Warhammer Fest.
Yeah, exactly. So that'll be this month's Patreon exclusive video. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Should be a good one. That was good fun as well.
It was fun, yeah, absolutely. It was a giggle. So yeah, we did that. So that'll go on there. But obviously, yeah, otherwise, people who want to support us on Patreon, we just appreciate it in the general sense, and we try and demonstrate our appreciation by doing the odd bit of extra content. So hopefully that is enjoyed. There's also merchandise. Those of you who are present at Warhammer Fest at the end of the month, come up to us wearing bits of apparel with our branding on it, and we will salute you, as is only right. Or Phil will give you a sticker. One or the other.
Or both.
Or both, perchance.
Let's go all out.
We're going all out. Great. All right. Brilliant. Well, there you go. Getting back to Gavin, surname with Hal, via the Facebooks. Thank you very much from the outside, Gavin. I'm going to read the review, as is customary. It reads, I've been listening to these guys ever since jumping back into the hobby. No specificity about when that was, but obviously welcome back to the warm embrace of Warhammer. Hopefully you are enjoying your time still, and have not abandoned the hobby since. But, at the end of the day, if you have, who could blame you? It's a load of old nonsense sometimes, isn't it? Oh, what a load of old rubbish.
No.
That's the old man yelling at clouds element to it, really, isn't it? It's because we're OGs now, Phil. And being an OG basically means that we have earned the right to complain. That's what I like to think.
Exactly. Grumble, grumble.
Exactly. Exactly. We're the same as sore losers. That's basically how it is.
Don't go that far.
No, indeed. Anyway, great chats, great insights, and especially great codex reviews. My goodness.
Oh, a fan of those relics of the past.
Ooh. I did leave a 5-star review somewhere on Google. Okay. No specifics where, but somewhere out there on Google. Maybe this is something else we need to go and figure out.
Oh, yeah, have a look. There might be hundreds there waiting on a backlog for us that we're unaware of.
Who knows? Anyway, keep up the good work, chaps. Faith be with you on an Imp Guard Codex soon, Philip. Obviously, that has long since happened.
Yes, it's here, it's happened, you've had the review, and it will be invalid quite quickly, I imagine.
Well, maybe we'll get a new Codex even sooner.
That is true. Another Guard Codex review happening to your earholes very soon.
Wouldn't it be amazing if this year we had a double event, Phil? 2 Guard Codexes in a year.
I mean, they're like buses. They don't come for ages, and then at least 2, if not 3, come at once. Because you would get that. You'll get the index plus a codex.
They are. Your analogy holds. Anyway, 5 Beetles out of 5, a must listen. There you go. I imagine, Phil, you have a begrudging sentiment towards the 5 Beetles. You don't like the Beetle, do you?
No. They're too long, those little intros. I think transitional noises for days is what every segment should have. I'm a firm believer of it.
I myself love and or wish we had more 5-star review segments. I always seek to encourage listeners to send us their own little skits. I would adore to have a collection of listener-created 5-star traditional transitional, skits. But
or even if they just did their own transitional noise, we can,
Well, we could work those into the segments, as it were. We could use them as the Wheel of Mythicality from Good Mythical Mornings.
Okay, that reference is lost on me.
Well, basically, when they introduced the Wheel of Mythicality, a listener to the show says, "Hello, I'm Keith from the darkest depths of Peru. It's time to spin the wheel of mythicality, and then they transition to spinning the wheel of mythicality, you see.
Okay. I'm still none the wiser, but okay.
In a way, Phil, we're like the 40k Good Mythical Morning.
I mean, I still don't know what it is, so I reference, I don't know.
That's fine. Go away and educate yourself.
Right. Send me a link later and I'll look it up.
I will. You'll enjoy it, Phil. You'll be like, oh, look at all the various game show episodes built around consuming KFC.
Okay, I'm perplexed, but also intrigued.
Why don't you say thank you to Gavin?
Thank you, Gavin, for your rather lovely 5-star review. Even if you're a fan of the old 5-star or Mr. Beadle intros, I'll forgive you. That's fine, because you're clearly a fan of the old guard. So appreciate that. Glad you actually like the Codex reviews. You know, we get, I don't want to say mixed feedback, but they're very long sometimes. And we do think we can improve upon the format somehow for the new edition.
But we probably won't.
I mean, we are old men that shout at clouds. We cannot, as leopards, what was it, change our spots or whatever it might be. We can't do that. We're an old dog that can't be taught new tricks. So we might stick to the old faithful formula of just reading words from a book. But who knows? We've still got a few months to go before we encounter that problem. But so thank you very much for your 5-star review. Thank you for the bonus 5-star review on Google somewhere. If you can remember what it is, please let us know, because we'd like to find out.
Cheers very much, Gavin. You're a wonderful human being. Let's get on now to the show. Thanks, everyone. All right, we're going to talk about Lionel Johnson, baby, because they've given him a data sheet. Core blimey misses. What do you reckon, Phil? Is Lionel Johnson the Primarch that we wanted? Nay, the Primarch that we needed?
No, I would say so. Yeah, he's a pretty nice mini.
He is a stonkingly good miniature. Are you going to be buying one, Phil?
No. I mean, if I wanted to just do a solo painting project, then do you know what? I would be very tempted to get him. But I have boxes and boxes of stuff to get through for various projects and armies, so I'm going to resist and pass on this one.
I'm torn at the moment, Phil, because he comes with Blade Guard, and I don't really want the Blade Guard. It's one of those where I'm like, don't really want that.
That's fair enough. I'm sure you could give the Blade Guard away to someone, or just wait, because actually AZRAEL and Bastor are already being released in single miniatures, even though it was like, a month ago when they were in the combo box? Maybe it was a bit more than a month, but it wasn't, the normal 6 months wait that you would normally have. So it could be the Lion will come out in like 2 months' time or less on his own.
This is the thing. I'm kind of into the idea of having. I like the idea of buying AZRAEL and DANTE at the moment, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, the Lion, I'm not sure. There is obviously that hobby, nerdy, gaming FOMO thing that kicks in where I'm like, I must buy him now. He exists. I must buy him. But at the same time, I'm a bit like, nah, maybe not. Like, I've got a Dark Angel army. I do kind of want to run this guy in it. But at the same time, I'm like,
do you not have the Lion Horus Heresy edition already?
I do.
You could always run him using that mini if you really need to push.
Oh, there's a point. Yeah. Different size bases, though, Phil.
I mean, no one will care unless you're at an event.
He doesn't have the Watchers in the Dark with him.
A friendly game, no one's going to care. It's fine. Or just don't give yourself those two, psychic denies.
That's true. That's a possible option for sure. But, look, I mean, all that aside, Lionel Johnson, the miniature is awesome. Obviously, encourage all of you to go out and get one. They look awesome. But the thing is I'm probably going to resist initially because I feel like it just seems. it just seems like a mad thing. And it's going to be one of those really frustrating purchases, right? Like, I know how it's going to go. I'm going to pony up the money, and then it's not going to get delivered because the demand will be ridiculous, and then I'll have to wait flipping ages for it, and it'll just annoy me. Whereas if I just make the conscientious decision not to buy it from the outset, I won't be disappointed.
And that's fair enough. You also get to see what everyone else does with the mini, so you can be inspired by conversions and painting styles. But so, when it comes around to doing your own, you can make a real, choice.
Plus, I haven't even completely finished painting Roberte Gilliman at the moment.
Oh,
I need to
first.
Exactly. I need to get old Bobby G finished. He's still got a left arm that needs finishing. So maybe I should make an effort to finish Bobby G before, investing in Lionel.
Yeah, a good motivation to get Gilliman painted.
Well, indeed. But I am definitely going to buy AZRAEL and Dante. I think both of those are now in the essential purchases camp. But Lionel Johnson can probably wait a little while for me. But nonetheless, maybe this data sheet will make me more excited about him. Acknowledging, obviously, that these are 9th edition rules, which are only relevant for a short time.
No, but we'll give you a ballpark idea of what his power level will be like for the future.
Indeed. So, Lionel Johnson, everybody. Primarch of the 1st Legion. Lionel Johnson is, by all accounts, one of the more, secluded, more secretive characters amongst the Primarch. The Emperor's not executioner. The Emperor's executioner is Russ and the Space Wolves. This guy is the Emperor's exterminator, is the way that it's worded. So he's shrouded in secrets because the First Legion essentially has access to all these Dark Age technologies and crazy things that no one else is allowed to know exist anymore. And effectively they go around purging the world, has been the way that the Lion and his First Legion used to operate. In the modern context, it seems like he's appearing via strange woodlands that appear all over the place, and then he comes out, kills some people, and goes away again, retreats back into the forest.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. It's over like the flavour text as he stalks from mist-wreathed shadow realm like an ancient questing knight hunting down the galaxy's terrors. So I feel like actually they're quite inspired by the Green Knight from,
Oh, hello, yes.
Legend, and also, Bretonnian legend, used it as well for fantasy. And, he is literally green as well. So, I feel like they've taken those kind of, sleeping, dreamlike, foresty elements, from those and incorporated, into it. Which will be interesting to see from a lore point of view, how that plays out, what he's doing, and stuff. So that'd be
It'd be great, wouldn't it? If in the Lionel Johnson, in the Lion book, if when he faces off against Angron, he just turns up and he goes, "Take your best shot." And Angron lops his head off and he just picks it up and goes, "Right, I'll see you in a year."
Oh, right, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Probably a little bit too on the nose.
Yeah,
Still,
for a second I thought you were going to give me the sort of Luke Skywalker strike me down and it just goes through him because he's a vision and he isn't actually there.
God. Yes, maybe. But nonetheless, Lionel Johnson, everybody. Fun to have another loyalist Primarch within the remit of modern-day Warhammer 40,000 fun. And Lionel Johnson is seemingly, from the surface, no slouch, but let's see actually what we think when we finish reading about him. So he has a movement of 8, a weapon skill of 2+, a ballistic skill of 2+, a strength of 6, a toughness of 6, 9 wounds, 10 attacks, a leadership of 11, which is obviously Custodes good, and a 2+ save, which is also Custodes good as well, but we can't keep saying everything is Custodes good. The point is that Lionel Johnson is relatively, if not almost identical, bar the leadership, which I think for Guilliman is 10. This dude is, pretty similar to what we've seen thus far for our boy Bobby G.
Gilliman's not got 10 attacks, surely.
No, that is where they obviously differ. Their leaderships differ as well, although technically Guilliman is also leadership 11, because as an Ultramarine he gets +1 to his leadership.
Of course.
But the 10 attacks is definitely where the difference occurs between the two of them. Lionel Johnson is equipped with Fealty, Armor Luminous, and your army can only include one of these guys. So what is Armor Luminous, Phil? I have never heard of it.
So it's a gun. It is a combi weapon by the looks of it, because you get to, before selecting your target, select one or both of the profiles in which to make an attack. There's no minus, however, for shooting both of them, so why wouldn't you? So the Bolts version is 12-inch range, pistol 2, strength 4, -1, 2 damage. So it's sort of mastercrafted. And then the Plasma version is a 12-inch pistol 1, strength 8, -4, 2 damage. Again, mastercrafted, but no minuses. No, you die if you roll a 1, which is what you would expect. Definitely superior to AZRAEL's in every way.
Yes, indeed. Although only pistol 1, so less shots.
Yes, no, that's true.
That is true. And then we've got Fealty, which is his new sword. I mean, is it new or did he have it for a long time? I'm not entirely sure, but it's not the Lion's sword.
No, I imagine he's got a big weapons rack that he can choose from. So he's picking his second favourite sword.
Quite possibly. But yeah, so this sword has a strike and a sweep profile. If you are striking, you will be a melee attack with a strength of +4, so strength 10, pretty strong, -5 AP, and flat 4 damage. Huge. Big time. And then if you're sweeping, you are strength user, -3 AP, 2 damage, but each time an attack is made with this weapon, make 2 hit rolls instead of 1. So obviously with the 10 attacks he's got on his profile, that'll be 20 attacks. But don't forget, he's still a Space Marine with Angels of Death, so he will, in most instances, be getting 22 attacks.
Wow.
Ooh. Pretty good at chopping his way through intercessors, I guess.
I mean, give Angron a run for his money for the amount of stuff he can kill.
This is it, mate. This is it. What a boy. Let's talk about his abilities. What's he got, Phil?
Yep, so he's got Angels of Death, which is the classic. He's got Forest Walk, so basically he's got Deep Strike. This is, coming in 9 inches away from the enemy at the end of the movement phase. Plus, as well, until the end of that turn, you can reroll charge rolls made for this model. So it's a super fancy Deep Strike.
Yeah, it is pretty strong. My only bugbear with this, if I can be so bold, is that I still I don't overly love the Deep Strike charge mechanic a lot of the time, because it's very easy for players to work around it. So it does potentially reduce your usefulness. And as we'll discover as we talk through this guy a little bit more, he's not necessarily the most durable thing you've ever seen. So you could find yourself in a situation where you're committing to relatively underwhelming charges that ultimately then result in you getting shot to bits, or, pieced up in combat by something that ignores invuns, for example, that could just sort of slap you about a bit more than is really desired. Also, he's a monster, which is a big downside for the Deep Strike charge thing, because obviously if there's a wall between him and his target, he ain't walking through that wall. He's got to respect it and go round it.
Yes, yeah.
Which is a really, really significant impact to the viability of Forest Walker. What I would have liked to have seen for Forest Walker, if I'm entirely honest, one, I would like it to have not meant that he is not impacted in any way by dense terrain. I think that would have been really useful, because ultimately if he's good at walking through forests, he should by extension be able to be good at walking through dense terrain, thus not suffering his -2 to his charge rolls, right? Like that seems logical. And number 2, I would have given him like a Dimicarian style, which is that big bug.
A leap.
Yeah, where he can phase shift through walls. I would have just basically meant like, I would have just made it that you could just phase shift through stuff just to kind of make him viable in some matchup scenarios, because he is going to really struggle coming in 9 inches away in a competitive setting. Obviously, in your average normal 40k game, he'll come down, run in, and mess people up. But if you're playing this in a competitive setting with your standard competitive terrain arrangement, he's probably going to struggle, I would say.
Yeah, that, or you do just what you do with Gilliman and run him up the board.
That's it, I think that's probably the better play for him. But then you are, in theory, not getting the most out of him then, are you? Because you're missing out on that sexy ability.
True. I mean, it's interesting that he's not a Knight of the Inner Circle.
Well, this is the interesting thing, and I was going to talk about this once we'd gone through all the abilities.
Oh, okay.
But seeing as you brought it up now, I need to sense check this, right? Because every other character that is of the Inner Circle has Inner Circle in their abilities, except this guy. However, he does have Inner Circle in his data sheet, or rather in his keywords.
Okay. So I assume the keyword for Inner Circle gives him access to certain stratagems, but they didn't want to give him the ability Inner Circle for the purposes of transhuman, because that would be crude. That would just be busted on this guy, surely.
Well, here's the thing. Even if they gave it to him, he doesn't get it anyway, because he's a monster.
That's what I thought, but maybe they're doing it just to be a bit more explicit in that respect. But I guess they've given him the keyword just to be like, yes, he is in the law within the Inner Circle.
Yes. Yeah, he is Inner Circle. He has the keyword. He doesn't break an Inner Circle detachment. So you can take him with Deathwing or, some of the Ravenwing variants, Black Knights, etc. So he won't break your detachments, but he is not benefiting from any of the Inner Circle rules. He has no upside from Inner Circle.
Good, as it should be.
Indeed, as is proper.
Exactly.
But it is a weird. So it's a weird thing because. Well, we'll get into it. Let's go through all the abilities, because we've got the Emperor's Shield to talk about next.
The
So
Emperor's
I'll talk about the Emperor's Shield. Or you're talking about it.
Stolen from Daddy. He's got the Emperor's Shield, which is a 4+ invulnerable save. Plus, each time a saving throw is made for this model against a melee attack, on an unmodified roll of a 6, the attacking model suffers 1 mortal wound after all the attacks have been made, to a maximum of 3 mortal wounds per phase. So, not too bad. Not too bad.
The interesting nuance of this is, does that apply to saving throws on his armor save? Or does that apply to any or saving throws explicitly on his invuln? Because that's an interesting variable. So,
I would say yes. I think you can law-wise go. Well, surely that should only work when he takes it on his invulnerable save, because that's the shield. However, how it's been written is it's just on any save.
Yeah.
So even if you need a 3+ and you still roll a 6, the 6 you could argue could have been for the invulnerable save anyway. You don't declare up front which one you're putting it on, so it's sort of a bit of a moot point.
The way it's written, I would suggest it's any save is the way it's written. But again, here's my problem with this, right? A Storm Shield is technically better, because a Storm Shield would give him
gives you +1 to your save.
Yeah, like that would. This is the thing. It's like this Emperor's Shield isn't living up to the status, right? Like,
yes, I mean, so the way I would headcanon it is the Emperor's Shield if worn by the Emperor, would be powered by his sort of psychic abilities to be even better.
Oh, there we go.
So the fact that it's basically out of batteries, there is no Duracell bunny to psychically power the shield, it's an alright shield, but it's not the best when the Emperor is there charging it up to do its special thing.
If it had given him -1 damage, that would have been massive. If it had given him a wounds cap, it would have been insane. But even if it just gave him the ability to shrug mortal wounds in addition, that would have been cool.
Like on a 6-up or something.
Yeah, like the 5-up mortal wound shrug or something. Like, that would have at least been like, okay. But as it is, it's all right. A 4-up invuln's great. But, I mean, Guilliman has a 3-up invuln, and he's just wearing some weird Baroque suit of armor.
I'd seen a few people complain that Guilliman's armor created by Cool is better than the Emperor's shield.
Yes.
Made by the Emperor.
Yes. Well, we presume. I mean, it may have been gifted to him by some, but it was worthy of the Emperor, which is one thing. And again, Guilliman wields the Emperor's sword, which is a monstrous weapon. So clearly, the Emperor had his priorities when it came to his, I suppose the best defense is a good offense, I guess is the way it went.
Yes, exactly. Well, the flaming shield, that's powered by gas, whereas the shield is powered by psychic batteries.
Okay, I understand.
That's how we need to look at it.
Fair. There we go. He's a martial exemplar, Phil. Tell me what that is.
Yeah, so at the start of a fight phase, if the model is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight first at this phase. So, crazy good.
Very strong.
Fight first if he's in combat. He's also got Primarch of the First Legion Aura ability, so while a friendly Dark Angel's core character unit is within 6 inches, they can re-roll the hit roll of 1 and wound roll of 1, so Captain and Lieutenant combined. And then he's also got Watchers in the Dark, so up to twice per battle, this model can attempt to deny the witch as if it were a psyker. If you're attempting to manifest it against a Chaos Psyker, you can re-roll that deny the witch test. And then lastly, he's got Warlord trait, so if you're Battle Forged, this model must be a Warlord. If you've got several with that rule, you've got to pick. And if you pick the Lion as your Warlord, you gain no hiding from the Watchers. So this Warlord trait, in your opponent's movement phase, select one friendly Dark Angels unit within 9 inches of this Warlord. Until the end of the turn, that unit is eligible to perform heroic interventions as if it were a character, and is eligible to perform heroic interventions if it was within 6 inches horizontally, 5 inches vertically of the enemy. And when you do the heroic intervention, you can move each model in that unit up to 6 inches, and then all the other rules for heroic intervention apply. In terms of keywords, as you say, he's a monster, character, Primarch, Supreme Commander, Inner Circle, and got Lionel Johnson, and also worth noting he's a Lord of War as well.
Indeed. So overall, I mean, pretty standard stuff, I'd say. I mean, obviously not pretty standard. He's got some pretty crazy profiles. Well, is he, though? I mean, here's the thing, right? So Watchers in the Dark, like, the difference between this and every other Watcher in the Dark is that there's 2 of them rather than 1, so you can deny twice. But they're exactly the same as they are for any other Watcher.
Because Watchers are Watchers. He doesn't get the special brownie point, Watchers.
I don't know. I feel like he should just be able to... I would love it if it was just once per game he auto-denies a thing. Like, that would be cool. Because that is an actual Warlord trait, a thing that other Dark Angels could have access to. So it'd be nice if he just had that baked in, where it's like once per game, no.
Once per game, I'm flinging that Watcher definitely out their psychic power, because that's how he's denying them. He's just lobbing them at the psychic power to intercept.
And his Primarch of the First Legion ability is weirdly nowhere near as good as Guilliman's Primarch ability.
Is he reroll all hit rolls?
Yes, correct, yeah. So he rerolls all hit rolls and wound rolls of 1.
Oh, and all wound rolls?
No, not only wound rolls of 1, but all hit rolls.
But all hit rolls, okay. Well, the Lion has been taking a nap.
He has. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, 320 points for Lionel Johnson. He's got a 2-up armor save, 9 wounds, and a 4-up invuln. That if you're in combat with him, is going to be doing some more wounds back at you. But outside of those circumstances, he's a 2-up, 4-up, toughness 6 thing. He's a monster, so he can't, go through walls or be particularly useful. And he has nothing that ignores invuns. He does no mortal wounds. He has no way of, getting around defensive options. I mean, if you look at the Emperor's Sword, for God's sakes, right? The Emperor's Sword, which is the Roberte Guilliman weapon, is strength +2, so strength 8, -4 AP, flat 3 damage. But when resolving attacks made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts D3 mortal wounds on the target in addition. Right? In addition. Or he's also got the Hand of Domination, which is pretty handy as well. That's a strength 12 -3, 4 damage weapon, which is pretty comparable to the strike variant of fealty. Yeah. But obviously he gets much less attacks. So obviously Guilliman has 6 attacks on profile, 7 when he charges, is charged, or heroically intervenes. But the real difference with Guilliman at the moment is, first of all, the aura is just way better. Armor of Fate is incredible. So it's a 2-up save, 3-up invuln, and on a 4+ he gets back up. So after he dies on a 4+, he raises from the dead, which is pretty remarkable. And then lastly, by taking this guy as your warlord, Roberte Guilliman, you also gain 3 additional command points. So your army gets bolstered by 3 CP, which is pretty massive, I would say.
Here's the thing, though. Not all Primarchs should be equal. And Guilliman is literally the leader of the Imperium.
Yes.
Even when the Lionel Johnson comes back, I'm sure he will still defer to an extent to Guilliman. I sort of feel like they should both have their strengths and weaknesses. So Guilliman is all right in combat. He's good. He's no slouch. He's got better defensive buffs, and he's got better aura abilities to make his army better, because he's a commander, which is what he should do.
Yes,
the Lion has way better combat potential, I think, due to the sheer number of attacks. Even if his sword isn't as good as the Emperor's sword, which it shouldn't be, if we're thinking about it, you could argue the Emperor's shield should be better than whatever Guilliman has. But the being able to get back up feels very narratively correct for Guilliman. At least. So it feels like, he's not as defensively powered as Guilliman, but his combat output and his combat prowess, as well as his ability to appear from nowhere, I think are the things that sort of offset him. So, he's got peaks and troughs in different places from Guilliman, so they aren't 2 cookie cutter Primarchs that are identical, because I don't think anyone wants that anyway.
No, I agree with that statement. I think the thing is, though, at the moment, Lionel Johnson 320, Guilliman 300. I can make many arguments for why Guilliman is extraordinary value at 300 points.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Well, he went down quite a few times, I think, since his Codex release.
Here's the thing, though, right? Lionel Johnson is part of one of the strongest Space Marine chapters available right now, which is Dark Angels, obviously. Dark Angels have been tearing it up. Very strong army. But I'm not sure what he brings to the table. I don't actually understand, as a Dark Angels player, what I would get by putting this guy on my list.
A cool model.
Yes, and that is good enough. But I honestly,
Well, yes, if you're the sort of person that's going to be spamming 25 Deathwing Terminators. Yeah, do you really want to lose, say, I don't know, 10 of them or 5 of them to put in him?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would, because he looks cool and he's got some cool abilities.
No, I agree.
You might feel like you lose out on a lot of utility from just having more durable models because of the inner circle rule.
The thing for me is his complete lack of survivability. That's the thing that irks me. But also his inability to bypass Like,
like invuln saves.
yeah, if he
Yeah, but he would just be too broken if he ignored invuns, unless he only did it on a certain roll.
I don't mind him bypassing. I don't necessarily need him bypassing invuns, right? But he should ignore wound caps. Like that would take him up a notch.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So if he could go into a fight with Gaz and go, "Cool, I'm having you," like that would be all right. Like, you know.
Yeah. On one hand, it's like they put those rules in place because they need them to. That's their coping mechanism for making that model better than it should be, basically, as a rules mechanic. So things that break that instantly make that unit not junk, but just nowhere near as good. So I think it's very rare when they have those things in the game. Maybe because, he's a Primarch though, so you could say he justifiably should have something like that.
I mean, this is the problem with him at the moment, right? Like, there are characters that will just spank him. A Sermon, for example, admittedly the Phoenix Lord of the Dire Avengers, but a Sermon will just hand him his bum every time.
Oh, so that sounds like another king of the characters is
looming, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
and your other point about his survivability is like, obviously he needs bodyguards, hence why you get a box set of Blade Guard with him to get that lookout server all going.
That is true, and like I think,
and that's the same for Gilliman. Like that's how you keep him alive on the tabletop. You got to surround him with bodies.
But that's the other thing as well. Gilliman gives a +1 to charge aura as well.
Yeah,
which is really fun, and he allows units around him to heroically intervene, which is quite cool.
Well, what Gilliman does.
Yeah, Gilliman does. Yeah.
Oh right, because the no hiding from the Watchers. Yeah, that one's really strong. Like a 6-inch heroic intervention.
So Gilliman's isn't 6; it's just normal heroic intervention.
Yeah,
but
I mean 6 inches is crazy. Like that was really strong.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing,
and it's in your opponent's movement phase.
That is true. That's pretty mad, actually. But here's the thing with it, though, right? I think I'm not saying Lionel's bad, but I think the thing is who cares even if he is, because I think by 10th edition, this is what happened with Gilliman. When Gilliman came out in 7th, he was trash. And then 8th came around the corner and he was scary, like really scary. So we'll see what happens with Lionel when we get to 10th edition. I imagine they've put a lot of effort into his rules for 10th. And I imagine when it came to what they needed to give him in 9th, they just went, that'll tide you over, like whatever.
Oh, yes, unless you're an exceedingly fast person who's going to literally build and paint him in a few weeks. Chances are by the time you've got around to painting him to a tabletop standard, because he's a very big model.
Yeah, big time.
It'll be the new edition, so you don't need to worry about these rules.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, in terms of the new edition, I've been spending loads of time looking at how to build like Black Templar lists at the moment, because Crusade squads annoy me because they are odd points because of how they're constructed now. So you can't get them to a whole number unless you take them in like a unit of 15 or something. And it's just irking me, but all the time I have to say, no, it's fine, because soon in 10th edition there'll be a whole number. I'll be whole again. I can just look at them and go, oh, they're 150. Wonderful.
It'll change. Yeah.
For
sure.
Man, it's, yeah. But anyway, there you go. That was Lionel Johnson. Great model. Not the best rules ever, but you know what? Who cares? Like, cool thing. Definitely unlikely to see him tearing up the competitive scene. But then I said that the Desolation Marines were rubbish, and apparently they're incredible according to the competitive scene now. But that seems to be because they go well into Genestealer Cult, which are very situational. So I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know, right? It's because they got the outer line of sight shooting.
Yes, yeah.
And apparently the GSC had a certain thing that was a problem, and I don't know what's going on anymore. I've lost touch, mate. That's all I can say.
Just an old man shouting at clouds.
Transitional noise. We might have mucked up this segment, Phil.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. They've done a balanced data slate, which somewhat impacts the AZRAEL stat lines. He may not be as good as I make him out to be in a moment.
Oh dear.
I know. But I suppose that's only relevant to those of us who still play the latest balanced data slates, right? There's plenty of people out there who probably just use the books.
Oh, quite likely. I mean, and if you're a Dark Angels player, I'm sure you're going to be a big advocate for playing without the balanced data slate.
Exactly. Let's continue using the books, you shall say. That's really the best version, surely.
Exactly.
That's it. All right, fine. Well, anyway, there you go. That is us acknowledging a balanced data slate exists that alters the way the inner circle works. But I'm sure that'll have no bearing on anything that we talk about in the segment. So I suppose what we'll do is hand ourselves over now to versions of ourselves from the past. Ooh. Hello again, everybody. In this part of the podcast, not content with just talking about the lion, because obviously that was an exciting data sheet, we're also going to talk about the 2 chapter masters that are also being released, air quotation marks, this coming weekend or the weekend that this podcast came out. So I used air quotation marks, although you couldn't see me do that, mostly because Commander Dante has actually been kind of technically accidentally released via mismanagement of the warehouse stock system at Games Workshop HQ. And AZRAEL came out in, what was it called, Phil? What was the box?
Oh, God, what was it? Was it something of Shadow?
The Vashtor box, whatever it was called. Why not? We'll go with that. I should have just checked, but I can't remember. Nonetheless, we have a rare happening in the world of Warhammer 40,000 Rules. 2 chapter masters released at the same sort of time. Kind of technically, maybe.
Wrath of the Soulforged King
Phil?
was what that box was.
Quite different from Shadow something, then.
Shadow Spear and just merging them all. But he is a shadowy creature.
He is. As are all Dark Angels. But yeah, so we just figured that we would talk about these 2 because we have actually once already talked about AZRAEL, but we did it in outro and it probably wasn't grandiose for the man himself. And obviously Dante's got a fabulous new miniature, so it seemed awesome to take the opportunity to talk about AZRAEL and Commander Dante and basically go over all of the various rules that they have and see how they compare, Phil.
Exactly.
That's the kind of general thrust of it, isn't it? How do they compare? So, Phil, what do you know of AZRAEL? We'll start with AZRAEL, because he, alphabetical order. The first Legion, after all, must go first. What's your knowings
stats
of
or
old
lore
AZRAEL?
wise?
Well, just in the general sense, what's your opinion of him? Have you seen much of him around? Have you got any thoughts?
I hang out with him
about the
down the
character?
shops all the time.
Anything you
I
want
just
to share?
bump into him when we're buying milk. No.
Yeah. He's always outside with a few tins of special brew.
Yeah, I mean, he
on
comes
the
across as a bit of a boring character. For me personally, Dark Angels are one of the ones that they've got some cool stuff here and there. But they're one of the chapters I'm less interested in, let's say, out of all the, in air quotes, special Space Marine chapters, the non-codex compliant ones. And AZRAEL, yeah, I mean, he's there in the background. He's had a very odd mini for a long time. Not many people have ever played him. So yeah, he's just like, nah, not much. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't know a huge amount about him. It's not like he's thrust to the forefront of a storyline or anything like that. So it'll be interesting to hear more, probably from you, because I imagine you know a lot more than I do.
Well, I know a few bits and pieces about him. One of the things that's actually really interesting about AZRAEL is obviously that he performs his task of the kind of master of secrets. I mean, the thing about the Dark Angels you always have to understand and remember is that they are a chapter, a legion, as they once were, shrouded in secrecy. And that's not just because of the unfortunate events of the end of the heresy when it turned out that a great many of them had fallen to chaos. It's also because of the fact that before some of them had fallen to chaos, they were viewed as the Emperor's eradicators, the exterminators, as it were, of the Emperor. And they were gifted all these secret technologies and given all this kind of important information that the Emperor could only trust with them, because effectively as a chapter they just have all this kind of secrecy woven into them. And that really kind of plays out even now in modern 40k, because even though the Dark Angel Legion was broken up into chapters, it's one of the few Legion structures that still kind of remains intact due to this whole kind of unforgiven kind of substrata that this inner circle that resides within them. So AZRAEL is the Grand Supreme Master of the Dark Angels, up until obviously the return of Lionel Johnson, has dominion over this whole kind of almost Legion strength chapter entity, which again is something that is in itself not necessarily, good and proper as per the rhetoric of Gilliman and the Index Astartes. But all the same, AZRAEL is a really interesting character, and has always, in my opinion, been one of the most viable models to put on the tabletop as chapter master-esque characters go. He's always had some really interesting rules. He always focuses on buffing, the army around him. And he's always brought a lot of really interesting nuance, and also has never necessarily been much of a slouch when it comes to kind of combat prowess as well. Obviously being the Grand Master of the Dark Angels, he's pretty handy with a sword. So yeah, he's a really cool character, but it's fair to say probably doesn't, by design, have quite as much significance overall as our boy Commander Dante, who, it's fair to say, Phil, is a character far more stoked in reverence and importance, I suppose, than AZRAEL. I mean, you know a great deal more about Dante, I would assume.
I would not necessarily in terms of like lore, but in terms of prominence within the general game and the setting, yes. He's even got a new job. He's the Lord Regent of the Imperial Nihilists, as a brand new title that he's been given. So it's like, I'm aware of stuff like that. He's obviously wearing the death mask of Sanguinius. He's got beautiful gold armour. So I'm aware much more of all of that sort of gumph and stuff in comparison to AZRAEL. So for sure, yes, I think he's a lot more prominent in the game, and
he's one of the
bit more loved, maybe. I don't know.
I'd say so. I think much like how their, Primarch fathers kind of are portrayed in the narrative, Sanguinius is a character revered and loved by all, including all the other Primarchs. There's lots of wonderful quotes in recent books where they were talking about the appointment of the War Master, and how even Horus Lupercal said that if the Emperor had chosen Sanguinius to be War Master, that's the only guy he wouldn't have been annoyed about. He would have gone, what?
He's quite
Sanguinius is the best of
golden
us.
Child.
Absolutely. And that kind of then, and then by comparison, Lionel Johnson, he was, again, the Emperor's exterminator. He was a character that is shrouded in secrecy. He had very kind of fractured and distant relationships with all of his brethren. By design, he was not a well-liked character because he is not very trustworthy. And a lot of that kind of then mirrors into their kind of chapter master offspring. So you have Commander Dante, who is this heroic, legendary hero of Baal, the oldest, as far as we're aware, living, serving Space Marine. There are, people who have aspired to high-ranking positions within the Blood Angels who can't remember a time where Dante was not the master of the Blood Angels. So this guy has been around for what we assume is a long time. Not as long as the Heresy. He definitely came after the events of 30k, but by all accounts, long after.
Yeah, I think the Warhammer Community article did
while.
say he's probably the oldest living Space Marine asterisk that isn't in a dreadnought.
Yes, of course, because obviously...
And no, Bjorn the
Ferris?
Fell-Handed.
No, what was the name? What's the name of the... Bjorn the Fell-Handed, that's the word, yeah. He's obviously older, but Dante, for not
which is
being
a shame,
in a
because
Dreadnought, is
he
doing
would have
pretty
been
well
a
for
prime
himself.
candidate for being in a Dreadnought.
Exactly. Or maybe dying when crossing over the Rubicon and becoming a Primaris Marine. Again, yet another example, Phil, of the, incredible dangers of becoming a Primaris Marine, because yet again, our characters have managed to achieve it with relatively
Yes,
no
I know.
concerns.
Well, you don't know what he looks like underneath that mask. He might be a withered husk underneath, a literal mummy. He survived, but it took its toll. Put it that way.
It took its toll. Maybe it rejuvenated him, made him even younger again.
Yeah.
Who could say? But yeah, it's cool, right? Because, both these characters are really awesome. Again, it's fair to assert that Dante probably is out there a bit more, but AZRAEL is also really good. I think AZRAEL at the moment is interesting because he's suffering from the old Marnius Calgar problem when Gilliman came into existence, which is kind of like, so what's the point of you now?
Oh, as in
what do you do
superseded
now
by
that
Lionel
Gilliman
Johnson,
exists?
right, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Lionel Johnson,
which is funny because for Commander Dante, everyone there's always this constant thing of, are they going to bring Sanguinius back? And I'm like, no, he's dead. How could they bring him back? Unless they, in the last Horus Heresy books, do a retcon to say that isn't the case, which they might do. But I find it very strange that I think it's because people just love Sanguinius so much they would want him in the 40k setting, even though it means effectively you will have to somehow bring him back to life after he died. And not just went missing, fell asleep, disappeared into the warp like a lot of the other Primarchs. And actually dead. But we're bringing back. They're all dead.
It's an interesting turn of events. But again, obviously, we're still yet to see the air quotation marks accurate account of the events on the Vengeful Spirits. Maybe it turns out at the end of, these new novels that Sanguinius actually isn't dead after all, and that, that you're telling me there's a chance. But I think it's highly improbable. But you never know. Be interested if old Sangers somehow turns out to be alive at the end of the Heresy series. That'd be something, wouldn't it?
It would be indeed.
Indeed. Anyway, let's look at their stats, Phil, because that's always important. Now, I want to say from the outset, a really interesting piece of random happenstance has occurred on these two data sheets. I'm curious, Phil, if you can identify it from the outset. Is there anything that immediately seems strange about these two data sheets?
Oh, hold on. I'm just having a quick look. Not off the top of my head.
All right, well, I've got a couple of things. First of all, AZRAEL is 9 power, whereas Dante is 8 power. However, AZRAEL costs 170 points, whereas Dante costs 175 points. That's a bit of a weird inconsistency.
Yeah, that is odd. But as you say, more often than not, no one cares about power level. So it could just be an oversight.
No.
It could be... it could be something weird, like the power level is incorporating AZRAEL's combi bolter with the plasma gun, but when it comes to points, he gets that war gear for free under the new kind of changes and rules, which they've incorporated into his points.
That's true.
So weirdly, the points are less than the power level would be, even though that's not normally how power level works, but it could be something really bizarre like that. Or it could be a historical thing where they've kept the points the power level as they were before, and they've just updated the points.
Quite probably. Other weird thing, AZRAEL has a Warlord trait, whereas Commander Dante doesn't. which again is only a little weird inconsistency between the two data sheets.
Fair enough. Again, I suspect that's a historical precedence that Azrael's always had a warlord trait, and maybe Dante hasn't. And you can, do you get to pick it with him then? Because normally named characters.
No, his is fixed. So in the Blood Angel Codex, he has the fixed. I think it's heroic.
So
bearing,
it's just baked into the codex, but not presented here, which is a bit odd.
Which is the same for Azrael, because Azrael's warlord trait has always been brilliant strategist. It just says here, if Azrael gains a warlord trait, he must have brilliant strategist. See Codex. Something like
so
Angel.
it's
So it's just a weird little inconsistency.
Yes, that is
there.
okay. That's wrong. That's a bit odd.
Exactly. You've done it wrong, Games Workshop. For shame. But other than that, I mean, it's all pretty straight up and down. So look, let's just quickly do some stat lines. So I'll do Azrael.
Okay,
You can do Dante,
perfect.
Phil. How's that sound? All right. So Azrael, movement 6, because unlike Dante, doesn't have a jump pack. Weapon skill, ballistic skill 2, strength and toughness 4, 7 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2+ save. How does that compare to our man?
Mr. Dante has a movement of 12. Because it's an old school jump pack. A weapon skill and ballistic skill of 2+, a strength and toughness of 4, 7 wounds, 7 attacks, a leadership of 9, and a 2+ save. So I believe that's 1 extra attack than you, plus 6 inches of extra movement.
Don't go calling
It is.
me
We're
now
projecting
in that sense,
our.
although obviously in
Yes,
my wildest
you are
dreams.
in this situation, Azrael himself. And I am the
Well, there we
withered
go.
husk
There we go.
hiding behind a golden mask of Dante.
That's it. With your movement of 12 and 7 attacks, whereas Azrael, movement of 6 and 6 attacks, which makes sense in the grand scheme of things. So, from a weapons perspective, Azrael is armed with a bolt pistol, which I imagine he might use on occasion. But he has also got the Lion's Wrath, which is a combi weapon, which as a result follows all the usual rules for combi weapons. But it is a master-crafted bolt gun and a master-crafted plasma gun. The master-crafted bolt gun is range 24, rapid fire 1, strength 4, -1, 2 damage. And the master-crafted plasma gun is rapid fire 1, strength 8, -4 AP and 2 damage. But it is always important to note that this master-crafted plasma gun does not have the ability to overheat.
Oh, yes.
So you are not going to accidentally
That's a
kill
shame.
Azrael, but you are also not able to increase the AP and damage because it is seemingly baked into the profile. So
Yeah, that's quite interesting. It's a bit
you
odd
go.
that for something that is master-crafted and being carried by a chapter master, that it's still got the minus to hit. You'd have thought he could just spray his guns willy-nilly. Maximum ballistic skill.
potentially. Well, you know, at the end of the day, there should be a penalty for firing both
True.
weapons
True.
simultaneously. So I'm not against that. We've also got the Sword of Secrets, which is a melee weapon with strength +3. So that's a strength 7 sword, -4 AP, 3 damage, and each time an attack is made with this weapon, a unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to the normal damage. That is a pretty good sword,
yeah.
all things being equal. I think that is that's pretty tasty. And then he's got frag and crack grenades, which
Pretty standard.
Frag and crack grenades. What can you do? Pretty standard, but overall, good gun, good sword, and some extra bits of utility. So I feel like it's pretty good stuff there for old Az. What's Dante bringing?
So
to the,
he doesn't
to the
have
table?
any gun, but he does have a pistol. So he's got the Perdition pistol, which is a range 9-inch pistol 1. Quite odd range, but it is what it is. I suspect it's done so he can't actually deep strike down and shoot with his pistol because it will be technically out of range. It is strength 8, it's -4 AP, and the damage is D6 +2. And each time an attack is made with this weapon, if a hit is scored, draw a line between the closest point of this model's base or hull and that of the closest model in the target unit. Make 1 wound roll against each against the target unit, and each other unit the line passes over, excluding units that were not eligible to be targeted by this weapon when the target was selected, i.e. Look Out Sir, for example. So it's effectively a beam weapon, let's say, if we were to have this as a universal special rule, or if we think about the beam weapons from the Votan. So draws a line, hits every unit once underneath it. So only 9 inches, but could be quite strong. It's effectively it's literally a melter pistol, isn't it?
Exactly, with the ability to potentially hit multiple targets on a good day. But, I mean, the 9-inch range is going to make that slightly difficult, I would assume.
Yes, I mean, if you're jumping around with your jump pack, you've got some movement flexibilities to potentially hit an extra unit on top of your other unit. But yeah, if you're hitting more than 2 units with that gun, I'd be wildly surprised. He's also armed with an axe, the Axe Mortalis, which is a melee weapon, +3 strength, so that's 7 again, -3 AP and 2 damage, and no special rules whatsoever. So it seems like his axe is not quite as good. Similar, but not too far off. Although actually yours does 3 damage and he does 2. So yeah, nowhere near as good, I would say. And then he's got frag.
Yeah, no, I think the Axe Mortalis is a real letdown, if I'm honest with you. I mean, it's always been a letdown. It's always been Dante's biggest weakness, but to see it still like that in its Primaris form is a bit like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was trying to think in terms of the general Blood Angel things. I don't get plus to damage, but I do get plus to wound, I guess. So, you know, he's got a bonus there. And then he's got frag and crack grenades as well, which is good.
Indeed. Let's get into some abilities then. So for our boy AZRAEL, he's an Angel of Death, which if you don't remember is essentially he's got bolter discipline or bolter drill or whatever it's called. Yeah. So there you go. So if he remains stationary, he can fire 2 bolter rounds at the full 24-inch range. He's also obviously got the +1 attack when he charges into or is charged or heroically intervenes his way into combat. And then the last part of Angels of Death that I recall is that he doesn't suffer any additional minuses to any battle shock tests that he's asked to take. And by battle shock tests, sorry, I've been playing far too much Age of Sigmar, clearly. I mean leadership tests, but specifically, God, what is that test called that you do after the leadership has failed? Is it battle shock?
Oh God, I think
I've completely forgotten.
No, I don't think it is. I can look it up while we talk. I was going to say there's also the Doctrines ability as well, that they get access. I don't know if Angels of Death specifically gives them access to it, but by being a Space Marine, you do.
No, I think that's granted by being in a pure Space Marine detachment. Yeah. I think that's where that comes from. And then we've got Inner Circle, which is a whole bunch of nonsense. But essentially, one of the most important aspects of Inner Circle, at least as it concerns AZRAEL, is that effectively you can only ever wound him on 4+. He is forever transhuman, which is a very, very strong ability. He does also benefit from being fearless, but again, that's relatively moot under the circumstances of him being a single character. And then the other aspect of Inner Circle that would come into effect is that he's got the fearlessness, he's got the only ever wounded on 4s, and then he basically has a whole heap of like stubborn related rules as it concerns him leaving combat. So essentially a lot of the time when he's in combat, he will pretty much stay there until the job is done.
I was going to say in terms of the morale, it's combat attrition.
That's the words, Phil. Thank you. It's because obviously we're playing a lot of AOS at the moment, but then also because of the fact that there's all this new 10th edition language that you're starting to kind of work into your everyday dialect as it concerns this game. It's amazing how quickly you forget. So anyway, that's Angels of Death and Inner Circle. Inner Circle is, in all seriousness, redonkulously strong. So the fact that it has that is pretty massive.
Yeah, because that grants him the transhuman stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah, which is just huge from a kind of durability perspective.
Yeah,
it's
makes
massive.
him very tanky.
Hugely tanky. He's got a 4+ invulnerable save as a result of an Iron Halo. He is a Chapter Master, so in his command phase, he can select one friendly Dark Angel's core or Dark Angel's character unit within 6 of him until the start of the next command phase. You can re-roll all your hit rolls, which is really strong. He also has his Rites of Battle aura, which is every Dark Angel's core unit within 6 of him can reroll 1s to hit specifically. There is Watchers in the Dark, so he's accompanied by a Watcher in the Dark, and once per battle, this model can attempt to deny the Witch as if it were a Psyker, but if it is attempting to deny a spell cast by a Chaos Psyker, you can re-roll the Deny the Witch test, which is pretty helpful when it, pretty cool. He's a Supreme Tactician, and if he is your Warlord, you gain an additional 2 command points, which is remarkably good. And then lastly, we have the Lion Helm, which is by far and away one of his most incredible abilities, which is that essentially any friendly Dark Angel infantry or biker unit within 6 of this model has a 4+ invulnerable save against range attacks. And what's really amazing about this is that it now extends to units. For a while, in 8th edition specifically, this only impacted models. So it didn't matter if one model in your unit was impacted by this ability, only that model would get the invuln. Now you can obviously daisy chain out in other directions, and as long as one model in your unit is within range of this aura, the whole unit has 4+ invulns, which is really strong. Noting though that this only works against ranged attacks. That's an important caveat to kind of add to that, but still very strong.
Quick lore question. Because it's called the Lion Helm, did it once belong to Lionel Johnson? I can't remember if this was the case or not.
That was always my assumption, because it's the Lion's Helm, but that may not be true. I mean, the Lion now, since he's comes back, has got all sorts of helmets, and none of them is the one that...
well, yes,
because
my question is one, how would it fit him? Because a Primarch is way bigger in head space.
It's true.
But also it's a Mark 7 Space Marine helmet, which surely, for the most part, comes after the Horus Heresy. Or was it Lionel Johnson was still around after the Horus Heresy for some substantial amount of time to potentially wear Mark 7 Primarch armour? I
guess before he went off to bed.
Before he had a nap.
He did that. So here in this fandom article, the Lion Helm is an ancient and revered artifact that takes the form of an angelic winged helm, said to have once been worn by the Dark Angels Primarch Lionel Johnson during the bygone days of the Great Crusade.
What?
And the Horus Heresy.
Oh, okay. That means it should be Crusade, should be Mark 2 then, surely.
Well, you know, what it'll be...
Or it's been they take the wings and they stick that on whatever helmet they want.
That's it. What it is, Phil, is that obviously back when they first sculpted AZRAEL, that's what Space Marine helmets looked like.
Yes.
There was none of this new innovation.
Oh, well, you make a very good point.
Now that's just become... Yeah, that's just what it looks like now. Don't question it. Don't think about it. Just accept it for what it is.
Yes.
It's Lionel Johnson's helm that he plucked out of the future somehow.
Exactly. It's funny, all this talk of, Lionel Johnson going to sleep and me saying I bump into AZRAEL down the shops. And I'm looking at the miniature and he's wearing his robe. I keep thinking that he's one of those students that will go out to buy a pint of milk in their dressing gown. And that is now forever how I will see AZRAEL. He's just going out in his space sleepwear to buy a pint of milk.
Yeah. Exactly. Got to look after his old man. Get some milk in. Anyway, there you go. Look, overall, I think a lot of that stuff is really great. The fact that it obviously grants you additional 2 command points is really good utility for your whole army. And the fact that you're granting 4-up invulns all over the place is also in itself really strong. And the fact that you've got a situational deny that can, again, in certain circumstances, be re-rolled, it's all pretty good. But the inner circle ability really takes him over the edge. It's a very good set of abilities that this guy is armed with. But how's about you tell us about Dante, Phil?
Yeah, so he's got 2 generic abilities. So he's got Angels of Death as well, but he's also got Death from Above, which basically means he can deep strike in because he's got his jump pack.
Indeed.
He's also got the Death Mask of Sanguinius. So each time an attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's hit rolls, which is pretty good because that seems to be shooting and combat. He's also got an Iron Halo for a 4+ invulnerable save. He's also the Lord Regent of the Imperium Nihilus. So if your army is battle-forged, when you select this model to be your warlord, you receive 1 additional command point. Which is interestingly worded in comparison to AZRAEL's.
Well, I mean,
AZRAEL, you get 2, and he's not the supreme leader of the Imperium Nihilus. He's just...
No, he's a supreme tactician. That's all he is.
So he's not the Lord Regent, but he gets more command points. So he's also...
That makes sense.
If you say so.
There's just not enough to go around in the Nihilus, it's a bit,
So looking around in the dark, they
downtrodden.
can't find where those command points are hiding.
Exactly.
Yeah, so he's Chapter Master, so for Blood Angels core and character units, they get to reroll the hit roll. And you obviously just select one of them in your command phase. He's got the Rites of Battle aura, so that's any Blood Angels core units within 6 just get reroll hit rolls of 1. And then he's got the Epic Hero of the Imperium, so once per battle, if his model is selected to use an Epic Deed stratagem, that stratagem costs 0 command points. I believe Fight on Death would probably be the main one of note here for Dante. I'm assuming that is, he would be eligible for that Epic Deed stratagem. Obviously, there's going to be a few others as well that might be eligible. But that's 2 CP if you do the Fight on Death.
It's typically that you use Fight on Death with him. That's pretty consistently his main squeeze.
Yeah. So he feels a bit lackluster in comparison to AZRAEL. I'm not gonna lie. Both in terms of his close combat weapons and just the sheer amount of abilities and what those abilities do.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it, right? I mean, let's just very, very quickly, just to round it out, just in terms of the last little bits and pieces, there are obviously the chapter tactics as well, right? So, Azrael's chapter tactic as a Dark Angel essentially grants him +1 to hit if he remains stationary, and the whole kind of stubborn rule around leaving combat. So essentially, if you want to leave combat, you have to pass a leadership test in order to do so. So that's like his whole gimmick is +1 to hit, and being stubborn in a kind of combat situation, which is an interesting, set of criteria. But yeah, the +1 to hit when remaining stationary is pretty consistently strong. Obviously, if we were to get into the super doctrines, the, added buffs and abilities, there's a whole heap of extra stuff. But I don't know necessarily how relevant that is to this conversation, but essentially this guy in the combat doctrine, gets re-roll all wounds against characters or any model with 8 or more wounds, which is pretty remarkable. If he's in the tactical doctrine, he has the ability to shoot his guns at ballistic skill 5 into combat, so he can fire all of his shots at ballistic skill 5 into combat. Which is pretty reasonable. And if he's in the Devastator Doctrine, I don't think he massively benefits from anything in the Devastator Doctrine on the basis that he is Deathwing, not Ravenwing. So most of the Devastator Doctrine abilities are Ravenwing based. So, yeah. But needless to say, the Dark Angels have got a lot of tools in their toolbox as it concerns super doctrines. But do you remember, Phil, what Blood Angels get, or would you like me to say?
Well, I can guess a few of them. So I
Please.
think they get +1 to their charge rolls.
They do, yes, and advance rolls.
Oh, okay. They get +1 to their wound rolls. I assume
That is
if
correct.
they've charged, or is that
If they've
just in
charged,
the...
are charged, or heroically intervene.
And I don't know what their doctrine ability is.
In the
terms of-
Assault Doctrine, they get +1 attack.
Oh, it's +1 attack, that's it. Obviously, I knew it wasn't +1 damage because that's what White Skulls had, but I couldn't think what it was other than +1 to wound, but that was, their generic ability, so yeah.
I mean, Blood Angels are quite easy to run in that sense, because they're quite easy. And it's just, I'm +1 to wound, and I'm +1 attack when I'm in the Assault Doctrine.
It's very strong.
Yeah. It's very strong. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, Dark Angels have got loads of different wibbly tricks, but on the whole, the Blood Angel ability is just baseline power, isn't it? More attacks, wounding better is just considerably awesome. So, yeah, you kind of have to respect the fact that they've got just, a pretty limited but very powerful tool set, whereas Dark Angels have a few more nuances to them, and obviously are very powerful in the current rule set because of the inner circle abilities and the Swiss Army knife nature of their Ravenwing, Deathwing combinations. But yeah, I do think that this is a sort of interesting comparison. But you know what, Phil? There's only really one way that we can decide which of these are better. What have we got to do, Phil?
We've got to make them fight.
Make them fight.
The lookout, sir. King of the character tournament.
That's right, everybody. We're bringing it back for one more episode. Maybe more in the future. Who knows? But for those of you who can remember all the way back to episode 48, it's the King of the Characters tournament, everybody. Woo! How hype. How exciting. Although not the King of the Characters tournament, just the King of the Characters one-off. Why not, rejuvenate it for this special occasion, right, Phil?
Exactly. The Primar God, I can't get the words out. Primaris exclusive. Beat down, show off, fight up.
Fight up, Figure-Bib.
Exactly.
There you go. Yes, we are going to see who can win between
The Crowny
Dante, the Crowny Wowney, absolutely. So, just to reiterate with everyone listening, there are rules to a Kotuk. Essentially, they're relatively straightforward. One, there are no stratagems. No stratagems whatsoever. You only come with what you're armed with. However, Phil, given that Dante's main gimmick is that he can basically fight on death, will we give him fight on death?
I think that's only fair. To be honest, I think he's going to need it, so let's say yes.
You're supposed to be pulling for Dante, mate.
Oh, I am, but I'm also a realist. Like, all Blood Angels should be, with the Black Rage imminently coming down upon you, and the realization that your Primarch is definitely dead, and won't be coming back.
That's it.
They're
That's
dead,
it.
everyone.
Unless, of course, anyway, let's not go back to that whole, can of worms. Yes, so, fine. We will give him the fight on death stratagem, because essentially...
If he needs it. He might not need it, though.
He might not need it. He might surprise you, doubting Thomas.
Yes.
We will see. But yeah, so normally we don't do stratagems, but we'll allow Dante that. The other thing we don't do normally is incorporate super doctrine type abilities or any kind of extra detachment rules. So they will get their chapter rules. So Dante is a Blood Angel, AZRAEL is a Dark Angel, so they'll get their kind of baseline chapter tactics. But normally we wouldn't give them their super doctrines or doctrines of any sort. Do you want to include doctrines, Phil?
Well, I feel like that would be the truest comparison.
All right.
And by that logic, are we giving the inner circle ability as well?
Well, we have to.
So
It's on his
AZRAEL.
profile. That's not a detachment ability. He just has it on his profile.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So fine. So we're going to use doctrines as well to add to the complexity of this one. Because again,
Yes, as long as you can keep track of it, because I won't be able to.
No, that's fine. I'm well versed in all of this nonsense. I play both Blood Angels and Dark Angels, so
True.
I know it quite well. Fine. Okay, cool. And then the only other consideration is that both models will start 24 inches apart. They always have to move forwards. That is the rule. They have to go forwards. That's essentially it. So there's none of this holding back nonsense. They have to go forwards.
Yeah, and it just goes on until there's one winner. There's no 5-turn maximum in this game.
No. It is the Thunderdome-esque 2 models enter, 1 model leaves type scenario. Are we going to do one and done, or are we going to do best 2 out of 3?
Let's see how well Dante does. If he wins, he's gonna graciously bow out on a high. If he loses, it's 2 out of 3.
No, that's fair. I respect your perspective on that. So Phil, heads or tails?
I have the death mask. I have to go heads.
All right, here we go. It's tails. AZRAEL will go first in round 1.
Round 1.
Oakley dokley, let's get on with it. So, AZRAEL will move forwards, Phil, as is his wont with these things. So at this moment in time, we are now 18 inches apart.
Stomp.
Stomp, waddle. And he is going to elect to shoot at you with all his weapons. Now, I should say, Phil, and we'll just take it as a given, that both these guys are going to be putting the Chapter Master rerolls on themselves every turn, right? We're not going to constantly remind ourselves that they're getting Chapter Master rerolls.
That does make sense.
Yes, unless you want to give me your Chapter Master rerolls, but you can't, because I'm not a Blood Angel and you're not a Dark Angel, so it just doesn't work out.
That's true.
Anyway, so we're going to assume that they got the rerolls going. So that's all happening from the outset. There's no other command phase things that they need to consider, unless I'm forgetting something, Phil.
No, you need to pat your watcher on the head.
You need to give him a token sign.
Keep up, Sonny Jim.
Come on now, boyo.
Exactly.
So we are going to fire upon you, Phil. First of all, with the mastercrafted bolt gun. So I'm in the Devastator
Are you doing
doctrine.
both guns? Are you going to fire for the -1 to hit?
You know I am.
Okay.
Absolutely. So we are going to start with the mastercrafted bolt gun. It's in the Devastator doctrine, so I gain no additional AP benefit. So I'm just rolling, and using the native profile. So I'm hitting on freeze with a reroll. 2 hits from the start, Phil. 2 hits from the start. The plasma won't be this successful. You are toughness 4. This gun is strength 4. So I'm wounding you, Phil, on 4s.
Ooh.
1 wound, 1 fail. Cool, blimey. And now, Phil, -1 to your AP. This is a free up save. You feeling confident about your free up save?
Easily done.
Well, roll away, mate. Here we go. Oh, 2 damage from the off, Phil. 2 damage from the off.
Oh dear. That's not good.
It's also worth highlighting, though, just to say, if anyone's out there curious, obviously Phil is natively -1 all the time, so there was little to no negative to me not shooting both versions, because you're always -1 as Dante.
Yes, that's true. Good point.
Because obviously you can't stack additional minuses. You can if there are additional positives, but the point is that in this instance there wouldn't be. So I would be hitting on freeze whether I was shooting you with just the 1 or both. But you're down
Good
to
point.
5 wounds, Phil, from bolt guns. The holy bolt gun. All right, now for some plasma action. Hitting on freeze with rerolls. 1 hit, 1 miss. Gonna reroll that 2. Oh, look at that. 2 hits. What a boy. And this is a mighty strength 8, mate. So it's going to be wounding you on 2s.
2s.
It's a beefy boy. The double 2! How it mocks you. I'm just going to check his data sheet momentarily. Am I correct in my assertion about the strength of 8? I am. Oh, it's
Yes,
filthy.
yeah, I know it is.
So this is -4 AP, Phil.
So my 4-up inbound.
It's like you're feeling confident because you fell both of these. You're on 1 wound.
Bloody hell. Well, it is what it is.
That's what it is. Here it goes.
Looks like we'd be doing that best out of 3.
Oh, he took a wound, but only the 1, or rather 2. So you're down
2,
to
okay.
3 wounds now. Yeah, not a bad shooting phase, mate. But that's all I've got. There's no way I'm making a whatever. What is that? 18-inch charge? Yeah, 18-inch
I
charge.
think
I'm
it
not making
suggests.
that 18-inch charge. So,
But I can.
indeed. So it is now Phil's turn 1. What are you doing, Phil? Moving up, obviously, as is customary.
I am swooping up.
And
with
now
my
you're going to be
jump
within
pack.
6 inches of me.
6.
Which implies
I'm gonna-
that you have a gun to be shooting.
I do. I'm going to blast you. Blah, blah.
So 2 up with a reroll. You feeling confident about this?
I'd hope so.
we-
But knowing my luck, maybe not.
Here we go. 2 up with that reroll. Easy business. Gets the hit. Now you're going to be wounding. You would think on 2s, but don't forget, Phil.
You're in a circle.
I'm in a circle. So you're going to be
what, just 4s.
wounding on 4s. Here we go.
God. Okay.
It's a 1! Oh, the denial.
Okay.
But it's all right, mate. It's all right because you know that you're Commander Dante. This isn't where you are, made to perform. You've got a 6-inch charge, which actually, technically,
It's a 5.
is a 5-inch charge
I get plus 1.
you're +1. So, what's the odds of you failing that charge, right?
Enough that I could fail it. Enough that I'm worried already.
Well, let's see how the dice fall. Here we go. Oh, it's a 4th!
Okay. So I feel like everyone's getting a general idea of how I feel whenever we play a normal game of 40k. There's Dan with his amazingly fluky, lucky dice rolls, and me just sighing constantly.
Well,
So
there you go.
it's your turn,
It's my
Dan.
turn. I move 5 inches because I can't be within an inch of you. So I'm just hanging out on your periphery. I'm in the tactical doctrine
And
now.
oh my god, you're just going to kill me without even getting to combat, which I think will be a first for the Cossack.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. So I'm hitting on freeze, re-rolling everything. So 2 hits straight away with a double free there. Get a load of that. We're going to be wounding you on 4s. No re-rolls on these. 6 and a 5, of course. So you got 2 4-up saves to make, Phil. Because normally I'd be -1, but obviously I'm in the tactical doctrine now. So yeah, going to be rolling 4-up saves. You feeling confident about this?
Okay. No, not at all.
Do you want to roll?
Yes, go on.
Here it is. Down to 1 wound, a 3 and a 6. It's not looking good, mate. Here comes
Well, at least I made one of them.
exactly. Here comes those plasma shots. Hitting on freeze.
Oh, God.
Oh, re-roll the
Right,
2. Got a 4 and a 2 there. Oh, I missed with a 1. All right. Well, at least I didn't kill myself. Rules of old. And we'll be wounding on 2s with this one here. So that is a successful wound. Yet another 4-up invuln, Phil. Do you think this is the end of old Dante?
Probably, but fingers crossed he can make it to
Here
combat.
he
at
goes.
least.
Oh, a 6! There it is. There it is.
Finally, a dice roll in my favour.
It's all coming up Millhouse. Until, of course, charging. Oh, look at that. 9-inch charge to cover that 1-inch distance. What a beast.
Of course.
All right, so as you know, Phil, 6 attacks on profile, +1 for being an Angel of Death. So a whole 7 attacks. Hitting on freeze, re-rolling, because obviously you're -1 to be hit. So here we go. Okay, so we've got 3 misses here. So a 2, and a 1. Re-rolling. Okay, so all hits. 7 hits. This is a strength 7 weapon against toughness 4, so we need freeze. Okay, so only 1 failed save out of 7 wounds, Phil. You have got 4-up invulnerable saves. Sorry, 6 4-up invulnerable saves here.
I can do this.
You reckon this is where you come to life? This is your moment.
Just roll. Just roll.
No. Very dead. But you know what, Phil? You can fight on death!
I'm going to fight on death,
Fight on
exactly.
death with your mighty 8 attacks, no less. Pretty meaty. Pretty meaty. Do you think these 8 attacks will be the end of AZRAEL?
Could be. I doubt it, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Hitting on 2s with a reroll.
If I can bring you down, that will be something.
Hitting on 2s with a reroll. Everything hits, obviously. Didn't even need that reroll.
Thank God.
But winning on 4s. Should be winning on 2s, but obviously, in a circle. So let's see how that goes.
Oh, no, it'd be... Oh, yes, because I get +1 to my wound, don't I? Yeah.
Perfectly average.
You negate.
4 wounds get through there. So out of the 8, 4 come through. Now, you are -2.
I could still kill you.
Indeed. I've got the 4-up invuln from my Iron Halo. A really, really bad roll will see me dead. Although... Oh, no, you don't have another turn. You are dead, so...
No, I will be dead. Yes.
Will AZRAEL be joining you? Let's see. No, he took 4 wounds, but he's still alive and kicking with 3 wounds there. Pour one out
Best
for
Afri.
poor old Dante.
That just felt woefully unfair.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the best, was it? It wasn't the best, has to be said. Do you...
If it wasn't for the inner circle, I think it would be a bit more balanced, although, the fact that he almost died just from shooting's pretty terrible.
Do you want to do round 2, Phil, or do you feel like it's relatively comprehensive?
No, let's go for another round. If I can't kill you out of 3 attempts... Then, and the fact that am I more expensive? I'm more expensive. Less power level, but more expensive in points. Here's the thing: it probably is just like a hard counter. You negate one of my cool things, which is +1 to wound, which is a bit of makes it a hard matchup. Even though in isolation he might be the better commander, like in terms of how he fits in with a Blood Angel's army versus AZRAEL versus a Dark Angel's army, but I'll let other people find that one out.
Indeed. All right, let's move on to round number 2.
Round 2.
So Phil, I went first last time, so it's only polite that you go first this time. So you move 12 inches, and that's it, really. Your gun's out of range, but you can, in theory, make a charge on an 11.
Well, yes, if we're saying we started exactly 24.
Yeah, we'll say like 23.9.
Over 24.
Not over 24. We're saying it's doable.
Then...
It's within the realms of possibility, I'd say. All you need to roll is an 11. I mean, that's not too hard.
Well, if I'm 11 point whatever, then technically I need a 10.
11. Let's not go crazy. Well, let's see what you roll. Let's see what you roll. Let's see if it even matters, eh? Shall we? Roll them dice.
Yes.
Here we go. No, it's a 5, Phil. It's a 5. It's a little ways off. It's a little ways off. All right.
Am I just going to die even quicker this time?
Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll find out soon enough. So,
okay.
AZRAEL will move 6 inches towards you. Obviously now there is a distance of 6 inches between us. I will fire upon you with my master-crafted bolt gun, which is hitting on freeze. So 1 hit.
That's now doing 2 shots as well.
1 hit, 1 miss. Reroll that 2. Oh, there we go. 2 hits. And these will be wounding on 4s, Phil. As you know, because of strength 4 against toughness 4. 2 wounds. 2 wounds. AP -1. 3-up save, right? Guaranteed. Easy peasy. You going to roll that, mate?
Yes.
Double 6, mate. That's what you needed for that charge.
I know. I saved it for the wrong time.
Plasma gun coming at you. Hitting on freeze. 2 hits with a double 5. Wounding on 2s, mate. Wounding on 2s. Oh, 2 wounds. 2 more 4-up invuns. All you need to do is just roll that double 6 again. It'll be fine, right?
Exactly. I can do this all day.
Oh, you took 2 damage. Not too bad, though. You're only on 5 wounds now. That's pretty reasonable.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse.
A charge is required. What?
Double
Here
ones,
we go,
please.
Here we go. No, it's a 9, mate. I'm well in, son.
Oh, why do you keep...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So we've got 7 attacks. These are hitting on freeze, though, because of your -1 to be hit.
I think I remember why we stopped doing the Kotok. I think because every time you, me, Joe or Richie did it, we would all be very bitter about your dice rolls.
I'm using the same dice for both of us. This is just random chance.
But it's somehow rigged in your favour.
It's like when you play. It's like when you play Blood Bowl on PC, and it always feels like against the AI.
Oh
it's
God,
like,
those dice rolls are terrible. Yeah.
All right. Well, hitting on freeze with a reroll because you're -1 to be hit. So
yeah,
2 misses. True. So we got a 1 and a 2 in there. Let's see if I can turn those into hits. Okay, 1 miss. So 6 hits. We are strength 7, so going to be winning on freeze. No rerolls on this. I was forgetting last time, by the way, Phil, that if I had rolled any 6s, that would have done mortal wounds in addition, but wasn't even necessary.
Oh, God, yes. Yeah.
So we've got 4 4-up invuns you got to make here. I've got 1 3, 1 5, 1. Oh, 2 5s and a 4. So, if you just fail 2 of these saves, though, you're dead because damage free.
It's 3 damage.
You feeling good about it? All right,
let's see what we do.
All right.
No, but I'll give it a go.
Alive with 2 wounds! Alive with 2 wounds. So a 5, 4, 6, and a 2. Crikey. There you go. Now you get to have your exactly, this
day
is
in
your
the
moment,
sun.
as it were. So 8 attacks, mate. 8 attacks. Hitting on 2s, reroll.
Come on, Dante.
So 1 miss. Can that miss become a hit? It is. Everything's hit. No surprise there with a 2-up reroll. But obviously, this is the hard bit to make stick. The 4 plus the wounds.
The wounds.
Here we go. Oh dear. Oh, no, actually, exactly average yet again. So there you are.
Oh,
it looks terrible, but, still promising. I just got to fail all of these saves, and then, I'm dead. It can happen. Will it happen, though? Let's see. Oh, I failed 2. So down to 3 wounds. You and I, Phil, are in the same place right now. Oof.
Ooh.
So.
I feel like this one will be a draw.
Chance. Well, it's your turn now, mate. Or rather, no, because I charged you, didn't I? Yeah, so it's your turn too.
It's my turn. Well, here's the thing. It's my turn, but technically in 40k, it would be your going combat. But I assume that's not
that's how we're doing it, because that's the rules. But you do get to shoot a pistol at me before all is said and done.
Oh, yeah. Pistol.
Give him some of that. Give him that section. So that's 2 up with a reroll, right? I mean, you can't fail. Let's see.
I mean, let's see how we get on. I have no faith in my dice.
I don't know what you're worried about. So 4 plus the wound, though, obviously, because in a circle.
Yes, of course.
The wound. If I fail this 4-up inbun, I am dead. AZRAEL is no more.
Oh yeah, rubbing my hands.
Here we go.
Come on.
He has been beheaded. Because the damage will be D6 plus 2. So the minimum it can be is 3. So
go on, let's roll and see how much
how dead is he? 8. Like literally one shot him. Just come in with the 8.
Wow.
Bap.
Finally.
That's all that's left of you.
Finally. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting to die in combat, and then for me to fight on death and then take you down.
Yeah.
So we're now, one for one.
There you are. I obviously underestimated the awesome might of that mounted pistol. There you are. And I feel like you did too, though, to be fair.
Oh, 100%. Oh, well, I forgot I could even shoot it, so yeah.
Brilliant. All right. The final round, round 3.
Round 3.
All right, Phil. Because we're drawn, it feels only fair that we flip a coin yet again to decide who goes first this time. Would you like to go heads or tails?
I'm going to stick with my heads.
Here we go. It is heads, mate. So you are going first, which has been proven to have a reasonable success rate for you.
Although I don't know why, because I actually get to do
you basically do
less. Nothing. Surely, I feel like I should go second.
The coin has spoken.
But
the coin has spoken.
It is what it is.
So, just got to roll a charge, mate, because obviously all the stuff that happened in round 2 happens again. You move forwards 12, you're 12 minutes.
Oh, yes, so I can...
So ready to roll that charge. Here it is. What do you got? Oh, it's a 10, but it's not enough. You need that 11. Needed that 11.
Even though it did say 10.
No, it shouldn't do. That's too much, mate. It's too much. That's too much. Okay. That's too ridiculous. You couldn't get within an inch when you were 12 inches apart on a 10.
Well, if you're exactly 12 inches, you're +1, so I'm 11
Go on
inches,
then, fine.
Well,
you win this argument.
An 11, but I'm also need to be with 1 inch of an engagement range, so it's either you can't charge at all because you're just outside of 12, or as a Blood Angel, you'd need a 10.
I understand what your argument is. And because I'm a fair person, I'll let you have it.
Exactly.
Technically. There is nothing better than being correct than being technically correct. So.
Exactly. Triply technically correct.
So, in he comes with his Axe Mortalis. Rawr!
Well, this actually makes it more interesting because this is the first time and probably the only way I'll ever get to attack first in combat.
We'll see. So hit on 2s with a reroll. What's that got for you? Or 1 miss. But can that miss become a hit? Unsurprisingly, yes. What a shocker. What an absolute shocker. There you go. 8 hits. Wounding on 4s, though, Phil. Wounding on 4s. Got a hot...
Oh, God, yes. Let's see if I can get a slightly above average roll. All 4s. 4s to 6s, please.
Oh, no, you got below average. You only got 2 wounds off, mate. You got a 2, 4 3s, 1 1, and 2 6s. Didn't go quite according to plan, unfortunately, my friend. But will I roll a save? 4 plus invuln. Failed both, mate. So I'm down to 3 wounds. Not a great start for me, it has to be said. All right, well, in retaliation, though, obviously.
Can you kill me in a 1-er? Actually, probably not now because you can't fire your bolt gun.
Until the tactical doctrine, and then I can fire the bolt gun. Because of the super doctrines.
Yes,
the super doctrines. I probably won't
you
last
won't
that long.
last
Yeah,
that
no,
long.
I believe in you.
I'm feeling confident now.
So, hitting on 3s, re-rolling. Okay, so we got 3 misses in there. So I'm going to...
This is a funny
combat, mate. You just swung at me. I'm swinging back.
Oh, of course.
Dear,
Sorry.
Exactly.
I'm already on to your turn.
You don't need to do your combat. Just carry on. Clearly, I'm an idiot because actually I've just realised that those 2 dice are actually 3s, which are hits. So I missed once. I'm being overly mean to myself. So...
yes, because you hit on 2s.
So
and
I've got 6
1,
hits all told. Wounding on 3s. So let's see how that turns out for me. Okay, so Phil, you have taken 5 wounds and 2 mortal wounds. So 2 6s, 2 5s, and a 4. So you are now on 5 wounds with 5 4-up invulns. You feeling good about this?
God, have I got to make all of these?
Or 2? 5 4-up invulns. How hard will it be?
Yeah, or all but 2.
Here it is.
Let's see what I do.
Oh my god, he's alive! Why are you alive? Why? That's crazy. Oh my
I'm
god, you're on
Dante.
2 wounds. Ah, jeepers. You know, I was going to delight in telling you after this. I was so certain this was going to kill you. I was going to delight in telling you when you go, oh, I'm going to fight on death. I'd be like, can't do that if you've already activated. I was waiting, Phil. I was waiting to say
Oh god, yes. Yeah, good point.
Next turn.
Next turn.
All right, cool. So it's now my turn. I'll shoot you with my bolt pistol, which will hit you on freeze. I roll a 1, so that's not a great start. Re-rolling though.
So how many wounds have I got left? Is it 2?
You've got 3 left. You know something as well, Phil. I just realised that I just cheated as well. Well, accidentally cheated because I haven't had a turn yet, so I couldn't have given myself my reroll. Yeah, that was a mistake. But seeing as you're about to murk me, I feel like it's probably not the end of the world. But I wounded you with a bolt pistol. Can you pass a 2-up armor save, I wonder?
Oh, okay.
Fingers crossed. Oh, shock horror you do. All right. 7 attacks, mate.
Oh, thank God. I was
because obviously you've already charged now, so you can't just keep getting attacks. That's it. So
fair enough.
2s, re-rolling. Okay, all hit. What a shocker. Wounding on 4s. Here it is. That's not looking good. 4. No, because
you're not wounding on freeze.
I'm constantly transhuman. Yeah, that's why you were rolling the dice.
This is me hitting you.
I know.
I'm lost already. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Yes, no, I keep thinking. I'm thinking a turn ahead still. That's my problem.
So I've got to roll. So you did 4 wounds to me so far, right? So I'm on 3 wounds. I've got to pass 3 out of 4 of these saves, otherwise I'm dead. It's totally doable, right?
Yes.
I got 1 wound left. 1 wound. Coming back at you with 6 attacks. Can it be done?
Oh no, I'm not going to be able to
fight on death. So I missed twice, but I've got a reroll now. But I'll tell you what, out of respect to the last turn, I will remove one of those dice. I will just reroll 1. Because obviously I cheated last time. So I've got 5 hits.
Fair enough.
5 hits. Wounding on freeze. Oh dear. You've taken 1 mortal wound, and you have to roll 2 4-up invuns. You fail either of these, though, you are dead.
And I've got...
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Because I got 2 wounds
so
left.
Here we go.
Right, okay. 6s!
No, he's dead, mate. He's dead! Ooh! And you can't fire death because
what did I roll?
Activated.
4 and a 3.
There it was! AZRAEL! AZRAEL's our winner.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Did you ever doubt that was the way it was going to go?
Well, to be fair, it was a lot closer the last 2.
Yeah, I think obviously the shooting advantage was pretty meaningful. In fact, Phil, let me just do a transition so we can do a wrap-up thing.
Oh, God, that is
So there you go. Wasn't that fun? A return of the Kotick. And if you want to listen to old Koticks, go back to like episode 48 through like, I think it was like episode 50 odd. We did like an old character series with a bunch of characters that have all changed.
Yes. Yeah, because that would have been 8th edition, wouldn't it?
God, it could have been, yeah. I think it would. In fact, it definitely was, yeah. It was 100% 8th edition, yeah. So, showing our age, Phil. That was 100 episodes ago. 110 or so. Or not 110, 104 episodes ago, I guess. Madness. Absolute madness. Anyway, so there you go. I have to admit, I actually thought AZRAEL would walk away with it most times, but that's the fun, isn't it, of dice games? There's always a kind of random element to it.
Yes, I mean the fact that we got Dante to have effectively a 12-inch charge, or just on the nose of 12 inches, as opposed to just over 12 inches, was quite impressive. And that was random happenstance of the dice. However, I feel like the inner circle, the transhumanism of the falls to wound, I was very much rolling the averages for most of that, and it did exactly what it was meant to do. It basically made you a lot more unkillable than Dante was.
The damage 2 is the massive letdown for Dante,
yes.
though.
Yeah, that doesn't help either.
If he was damage free, he would be terrifying. But damage 2, or even if he just had damage 2 and 6s to wound, did mortal wounds in addition, he'd be pretty terrifying. But damage
against, like, if he goes up against Death Guard or anything with -1 damage, he's like junk, basically.
Yeah,
I assume junk. At that point I presume predominantly he's just going to be used to babysit Sanguinary Guard anyway. Which is sort of, I feel like his purpose is to give them the rerolls, and, visually they're all in gold armor. It looks really cool and stuff like that. So yeah, he's not too bad on his own, but yeah, in certain matchups, he's going to be a lot worse than he should be.
I mean, I put Dante in almost all my Blood Angel army lists up till now because he's Dante, but also because especially in Arks of Omen, it was easy to put him in because you just put him in, or even in Nephilim, you put him in and you make him your warlord, but you didn't have to give him a warlord trait because you don't really care about his warlord trait. So you just give him a warlord, make him your warlord, and get the extra CP and go, cool. That's what you take him for.
What was his warlord trait again?
Heroic Bearing, which is the increases the range of his auras. And gives
so again,
leadership.
Nothing that benefits him personally to make him more of a combat monster.
Yeah, I mean, and again, for AZRAEL, his is Brilliant Strategist, which is basically every time you use stratagems, roll a d6 and you get CP back from it, which again wouldn't benefit him either. So, yeah. I mean, most of the time, if you take a Blood Angel army and you've got Dante in there, you're just doing it for the extra CP, and then you're taking the relic banner of the Sanguinary Guard that gives the +2 movement, because that's huge, so that gives you the whole thing movement 14, and then you're normally giving that character or a Sanguinary Priest or something of that nature Rites of War, which is an aura that gives...
to make them more OBSEC.
OBSEC, yeah. So you're basically going for that kind of build with him normally. He's just usually in lists because he gives you an extra CP, which is really valuable, so... And he's not awful, it's just that he's not extraordinary, He's sort of like, he can't really go toe-to-toe with too many, even other chapter masters, he's not that impressive. Like, Marneus Calgar will just slap him up every day of the week, because Marneus Calgar just goes, all right, cool, I'm halving damage. And it's like, oh no. like, it's just like...
And have a power fist to the face.
Yes, exactly. It's just, I mean, and obviously, yeah, it's interesting for sure. I think if you look at the range of Primaris combat-orientated characters, like, I think Dante is surprisingly weak. If they just made him damage-free, he could have been next level. But
yeah, I mean, it does make you wonder, because obviously a lot of the, when we're looking at World Eaters, we were like, are they going to be more like the next edition in terms of scope, structure, with the stratagems being less, and overall power level? So I do wonder if it's a bit odd, because obviously AZRAEL has just come out and Dante has, but, who knows in which order the rules were written, what they were written in mind of. So it might be, he's only 2 damage, because even though 10th edition has been completely restructured, the overall power level of 10th edition is going to go down. So maybe Dante was written maybe in that mindset, which is why he isn't damage free. I think in theory there should be a lot less higher damage weapons in the game, even for really good characters. So that could be a reason, or as you say, it's, not every great character needs to be super awesome in combat. Like, so maybe, he's too busy being the Lord Regent,
Yeah, I just think it's a shame that his axe isn't better. That's just the thing that lets him down. Otherwise, he's okay. Like, the -1 to hit can be really valuable. The movement is incredible. And that's the thing.
I think that's his thing, that he's got the movement ability to jump around the board. Yeah. That's his thing, really. Yeah,
and that's the difference maker that he's going to bring to almost every game, is he can pick where those fights happen, whereas AZRAEL is tanky, and he's all about, like, having the fight come to him. He's not out there picking them. He's just responding to them, and because, again, that movement is such that he's going to struggle to pick his moments, as it were. Although I really like the idea of AZRAEL and a unit of, like, Hellblasters hanging out together. I think that could be super cool.
Yeah.
I think Az is just a super fun character. So, overall, I mean, it was fun. It was fun to revisit it. Maybe when 10th edition drops, Phil, we could... actually, when it's all indexes, do a
proper Kotok of what we think are the key characters or the best ones. Yeah. It's interesting. I feel like AZRAEL is the hard-working dog's body. He just clocks in at work. He puts his head down. He gets on with his job, but doesn't get any of the recognition. Whereas Dante is the flashy wide boy that comes in, makes a big song and dance, but actually isn't doing much work. And that played out with the Kotok.
There you go.
Like, AZRAEL is the actual powerhouse, but gets none of the credit and the limelight.
Yeah. Well, that, again, is very... Again, without sounding ridiculous, because I play both armies, and I love both of them, but the Dark Angels are definitely less flashy, but potentially more effective. In most instances, from a lore perspective and all the rest of it. Although, again, from a lore perspective, Blood Angels are just pure awesome. Like, it's so hard not to love Blood Angels from a lore perspective. But, yeah, I mean, whatever. It was just fun to do. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Give us your feedback. Let us know if you want to see more of it. We will explore it for the 10th edition stuff. But, it was just fun to do it again. I'm not sure whether I'm going to be saying that after I've finished editing the segment, because it involves a whole lot of sound effects and extra bits that takes a bit of a time to do. But
yes, yeah.
I was feeling fruity. It's because I'm, going away on holiday soon. I'm just getting all excitable. Exactly.
Brilliant. Crowny Wowney.
Exactly.
For the Dark Angels. Well done, Dan. You win.
Exactly.
Well done.
Yeah. Transitional noise. So just to say again, obviously, balanced data slate exists now, so probably AZRAEL wouldn't have done so well. Do you think Dante wins pretty much every time without constant transhuman?
Not necessarily, because I think quite often Dante just got slapped before he could actually do much damage, especially sometimes in the shooting phase. So I think he would have had a much better chance of killing Dante, but killing AZRAEL, but his own survivability doesn't increase whatsoever. It just might mean he could kill AZRAEL before he himself gets killed. However, with that said, hashtag justice for Dante, hashtag Dante rematch. Let's make it a thing.
Indeed. We might well do. Yeah. I do think probably Dante. Yeah, I think odds on he probably does better. Because odds on. Basically every time you hit with all 8 attacks and then wounded 4 times, whereas logically you probably wound 6 to 7 times.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, it's difficult to know for sure. I think it's probably closer to 50-50 odds without the, can't be wounded on 1, 2s or 3s abilities being in effect. But there you go. Interesting. That was fun. So apologies everyone who's listening to that going, balanced data slate. But sometimes that's just the It's just the way it goes. So, yeah, we'll hand over now to whatever the thing is that was supposed to precede this. Enjoy. Welcome back, everyone. It's the second in our series of Arks of Omen story time, whatever it's called. Have we come up with a sensible intro or rather a title for this segment yet, Phil?
I don't know. Maybe just lore chat?
Lore chat, as presented by Lookout Sir, but mostly Phil. He's the one doing the greater majority of the research in this instance. I, in all honesty, have barely skimmed Angron on this occasion, so it will essentially, mostly, if not exclusively, be Phil explaining to me, and by extension you, all of the fun and exciting events that, ascertain to the events of Angry Ron in book form. Right, Phil?
It will indeed. So settle in, get your slippers on, get comfy, get that, nice fireplace cooking, and you can listen away to the story. That's
it. So essentially, during the events of the previous book, Abaddon, effectively the weird demon prince, not greater demon, but a demon of some import, despite having a relatively nebulous ranking within the overarching, chaos status. Old Vashtor came out of nowhere as if being summoned by a poor, ill-fated dark technomancer. Was it a dark technomancer? Was that the word?
Yeah, I think technomancer or something to that effect. Yeah,
an evil mechanic.
It's something like not dark magi, but it is something. Hold on, I've probably got it here somewhere.
Well, there we go. Anyway, this evil, whatever it's called. I was hoping that would give...
Yes, it was a magi.
Yeah. Evil Madge has summoned Vashtor, and Vashtor has fixed the vengeful spirit and is now working with Abaddon, slapping important stuff inside of gigantic space hulks called the Arks of Omen and fleeing them into real space in an attempt to gather fragments of a key to put together some kind of Megazord type construction. TBD. Is that about right?
Yeah. The key fragments are there. Don't know what they're going to be doing, but they will have great importance to create a weapon that can change the fabric of the galaxy or something along those lines. We don't know what it is.
This all checks out. So effectively, the final moments of the events of Abaddon was effectively, just that. They're out there now, searching for these keys. What was the main thing that happened at the end of Abaddon again? What was the cliffhanger?
Vashtor says you need to go to Malak Bael, I think it's called, which is a planet of great importance. And Abaddon sort of sniggers and laughs at him and says, no, I've got that covered already, because he knows Angron is going to be there. So it's sort of hinted that he knows that Angron's about and that's where he's going. So, and that's sort of the cliffhanger that it ends on, but they also get another key fragment themselves on the planet that they were themselves attacking.
Magical. So Angron is known by Abaddon to be on the planet of where, sorry?
Hold on, let me find the correct pronunciation of it. I think it's Malak Bael, yeah.
Bael.
Other people might pronounce it differently, but that's what I'm going with.
It's always the way. That is the problem with all of these nebulous, silly, Warhammer-related words. Open to interpretation.
Exactly. English is not a phonetic language, so you can pronounce one word a million different ways, and even then, it probably won't be the right one.
Well, isn't that the case? All right, so, effectively, we're relatively up to speed on the events that transpired in the previous book, Abaddon. If you're not, please, go back and listen to episode 152, where we talk about it in some detail. We're going to now get into talking about Angron and all the various things that happen throughout that. So, Phil, how do we begin in Angron?
So it doesn't start off with Angron. It in fact starts off with a guy called Prentice, who's a radical, and you believe he's an Inquisitor. So he's got the Inquisitorial eye marked on his chest, and he's effectively being interrogated, or maybe not quite interrogated, but he's being surrounded by a bunch of other people. He knows himself that Angron always returns within 8 days, 8 hours, and 8 minutes. And that there are always 8 omens which reveal where he will return. So every time Angron's effectively banished to the warp, he will rematerialize at some point 8 hours, 8 days, 8 hours, 8 minutes soon after. And this guy's trying to convince these other people, I presume other Inquisitors, that this is the case. But he himself, and you don't know whether he himself actually is an Inquisitor, but you assume he might be, or at least associated with them. But he gets burnt to the stake by Inquisitor Siegfried, who basically thinks he's full of nonsense, and his words are taken as lies. So he's not believed. This Inquisitor thinks he's just a radical, almost like either a heretic or just mad. And that's where that scene ends. And then we shift over to Angron himself materializing. So he suddenly appears within the Conqueror, which I believe is the World Eater's flagship. And he's sort of becomes aware of his surroundings, and he's like completely smashed up part of the ship, and he eventually sort of cuts his way through to the very top of the ship and flies to the spire where he can sort of see out into space. And they make a note that he's sort of flying in space, and while he has wings, he's not sort of physically flying through the air using conventional methods. It's almost like his sheer will of warp power, which is propelling him through space. And I think that's probably a similar thing for when Vastral was flying around, because it's like there is no air in space, so how can these winged creatures be flying? But they somehow still manage to do it.
They have their ways. Their methods are unknown to us. I like the, going back ever so slightly, the notion of this Inquisitor Siegfried. Does he play any other role in any other part of this narrative, or is it very much a one and done for old Siggy?
There is another Inquisitor that appears later on, but I don't think it's him. So I think he is a one-off character.
So we just get the little jolly story of how Siegfried once burned another Inquisitor at the stake for being accurate.
Yes, yeah. You basically get this whole scene of these stormtroopers all in like black armor coming in and basically lighting him up with flamethrowers. So Amazing. It's quite a horrible way to go.
The only other Siegfried turned evil story I can think of is the one told in the events of the Soul Calibur or Soul Blade or Soul Edge series of video games, where Siegfried becomes Nightmare. But I'm guessing that has no other kind of broader historical references that Games Workshop are trying to, utilize within their own game system. Because obviously, perchance, the Soul Calibur games were using the Knight Siegfried becoming the evil nightmare based on some kind of folklore. But I'm guessing that isn't the case. And I'm guessing the name Siegfried was just biblical enough that they were like, that'll do.
I think there's a few, famous Siegfrieds throughout medieval history, but
they get around.
I don't think beyond that, maybe loose references is referring to anything in particular.
Fair, fine. So there isn't some wise old tale of Siegfried becoming evil that goes through the.
Not that I'm aware, unless of course this character pops up in a later book, perhaps.
Perchance. All right, good. Anyway, you were saying, Phil, so we've got the Siegfried thing, then we've got the whole Angron appearing thing, and what's next?
So he's looking out into space.
Oh, yes, he's climbed the tower and he's doing the flying, yes.
Yeah, so he's part of, they're part of the Bell fleet, one of the many fleets that go with an Ark of Omen out to somewhere. So this is where they are heading to Malek Bael. So they're heading off to the planet that Angron was like forewarned about by Vastral in the last book. And Angron can sense this beacon of light, which I can only describe as it's similar to the Astronomicon, that he can sense its presence. And throughout the book, he gets permanently enraged by it, and it affects him like it's like a pain in his head beyond the hammering of the nails, the butcher's nails in his head, which is a reoccurring theme throughout. They keep referencing like the banging of the nails in his head throughout, and it gets a little worse and worse as the story goes on. They talk about that there's the Scourged, which is a Tzeentch warband, which were the former masters of the Stygian Heart Ark of Omen, which is either referenced in the last one, or it is the current Ark of Omen that is within this Belfleet, which I think is the case. They want to get to the planet to claim a prize of their own that isn't the key. They've got their own machinations that they want to do. But they want to get to the planet ahead of Angron because they're worried that Angron's just going to destroy everything and ruin their plans, basically.
Gotcha.
So they're doing their own little thing, and they're part of the Ark as part of this Belfleet. We then go on to Fleet Quartus, which is the fourth Crusade fleet of the Indomitus Crusade, because there's many of them. This is the fourth fleet, Fleet Quartus, which is basically the, I guess, protagonists of the story. If you're doing it from the point of view of the good guys, you know, Imperium being good versus Angron, they're the main two factions that will be fighting each other in this story. This is where we get onto the second Inquisitor, who's the key one in this story. So it's Inquisitor Lady Imagma. That's the name, Imagma.
Oh, yes.
So she's petitioning the fleet commander, who's called Ubcondis, who's another key character in the story. So he's the head honcho of the entire fleet. And the fleet is vast in size and scope. It can span several systems in terms of like its sort of capabilities and power. So he's up there, basically, you know, not as much as a High Lord, but he's definitely someone of great importance. So she's petitioning him to go to Malek Baal, because she knows it houses this great, immense archaeotech device called the Choral Engine. And she says when it gets activated, it is effectively a mini Astronomicon. And likewise, it's also powered by lots of psychers. So she's like, I need him for his resources to go there, but I also need his resources to be able to gather up the psychers that they can use to effectively power this mini Astronomicon, just like batteries.
Is it going to turn out that it's the Pharos, the Pharios, the Pharios, the Phurus? Is that what it is, Phil? Is it the Pharios?
I don't know what that is, so no.
Oh,
is the
okay.
answer I'm going to assume. There is a fun little bit in, because I double checked one of the maps. So I think since 8th edition, since the Great, not Great Rift, the Great Split in the galaxy, in the top right hand corner of the map, you always had like this weird little beacon that looks like it was a navigational aid / mini Astronomicon. And I always thought that was a really interesting thematic thing that they put on the map but never talked about, as far as I was aware, at least. And I was like, oh, is this the place that we're going to be? This is the beacon that is on the map. Turns out it isn't, because it's in a completely different part of the galaxy.
What is up in the top right-hand corner of old... isn't that the Ultramar segment?
No, because Ultramar's in the south on the Imperium side. This is up in the Nihilus side.
I thought Ultramar was in the top right of the map.
Oh, well, you could be right. I thought it was closer down.
I've
Actually,
just managed to pull.
I've
just pulled up the map. Yeah, no, Ultramar segmentum is in the top right-hand corner.
Oh, okay. Then I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of the Tau. That's the other one that was down in the south.
That being said, though, it doesn't specifically say if this top right sector actually features Macragge and all of those things in it. There is... I'm trying to look. No, okay. Well, the only reason I bring that up, Phil, the only reason I bring that up is because during the events of a Horus Heresy novel, they use this device called the Pharos to light up Macragge as a secondary beacon. So it's this ancient piece of Xenos technology. And it essentially is used to illuminate Macragge in the warp like the Astronomicon does. So that was used during the events of a big kind of stormy, rifty thing during Horus Heresy, which was keeping the loyalist legions from going and assisting Daddy on Terra. But then basically Gilliman, working with an Iron Warriors guy, basically commissions this Xenos tech and acts as a beacon where all the other people flock to Ultramar as a result. But there you go. And it was just interesting.
Well, maybe that is the bit on the map.
Maybe it sticks around.
Well, that references. Yeah, I mean, I've always wondered when I was thinking about this. It's like, if the Astronomicon is how people are guided through the warp, how did they navigate during the Great Crusade prior to the Golden Throne and the Astronomicon being created?
Well, they didn't. Not during the... Well, they didn't. The Astronomicon was created all in advance of the Great Crusade, yeah, so it was all there. The Golden
was it? Because I thought the Golden Throne is what also powered the Astronomicon.
No, they're two different things.
Okay.
Two different things. I believe. I could be wrong about that.
Oh no! Do you know what? You're possibly right, because there is not the Golden Throne. I'm just trying to think of a story. There's the series of stories set on Terra with the Custodes and the Inquisitors. Vaults of Terror, I think, is the first book and possibly the name of the series. And in the second one, they do talk about the Astronomicon going haywire, and obviously that uses the all the Psychers, and that obviously isn't related to the Golden Throne. But for some reason, I thought it was. But no, the Golden Throne's the thing that's holding back the Webway portal, isn't it?
Well, that's there's a multitude of aspects to what the Golden Throne is and what it does. Okay. It's a bit of a MacGuffin a lot of time. So I just quickly check. Yeah, the Golden Throne is connected to the warp beacon known as the Astronomicon. But obviously there was an Astronomicon beforehand. But then also there was a bit of wibbliness anyway with regards to what the Emperor of Mankind had done in the lead up to the Great Crusade anyway, and potential deals that he had done with, the gods of the warp, the chaos gods, and all the various things. Because that's obviously the interesting thing, isn't it, about like Marines and specifically Primarchs, is that they're the merger of both physical kind of engineering, but also the immaterium. So the idea that like what it is that makes the Primarchs and by extension the Space Marines so powerful is because that they are a merger of both the warp and physical bioengineering.
Yeah.
Small amount of warp though, like 1% warp, but enough.
Tiny little drop.
Yeah. At least that's my interpretation based on the things that are said during the events of the Horus Heresy. Could be wrong because they're never 100% specific about it, but that is the kind of the thing. The Emperor, when creating Space Marines and by extension the Primarchs, did a lot of shenanigans with and or concerning the warp, not least the Astronomicon.
That makes sense. Bringing it back, so the Choral engine is they list all the component parts and talk about it in detail, but I'll just talk about basically what it's got. It's got the Resinatum, the Sanctum, which is a middle section, the siphoning coils, the chorister pits, which is where the psychers are housed, and then the focusing vein, which is the bit that effectively points up into the sky. So we sort of move on a few months, I believe, to when the device is now activated. And in doing so, the warp storms around the area recede, and the battle groups in that area now make much better progress. The beacon's used to amplify the Astronomicon during warp travel, but now all of a sudden demons struggle to manifest into the warp and to stay in, from the warp into real space, and they struggle to stay there. And almost like the closer to the planet, the harder it is, because that's where the raw intensity of the beacon's happening. Imperial battle psychers find their powers enhanced and helps turn the tide of loaded battle. So all across the sector, the fleet Qantas is obviously doing better because of this beacons being activated.
Is this tied to the events of the Psychic Awakening, perchance?
I mean, I would assume not, because that was just a general awakening of psychic powers sort of across the galaxy for everyone, whereas this is sort of much more localized. Gotcha. But still in a very large segment of space.
Yeah. Which is sort of had a lot of, seemed to have a lot of parallels with my limited knowledge of what happened in the Psychic Awakening, to be fair, but yeah.
That's similar but not quite. Then
similar
we go
but
on,
yet different. Yes,
similar but different. So then we move on to see the Grey Knights, so the scryers of the Grey Knights, see and foreshadow the incoming of a great chaos fleet to Malak Bael. This is all through portents. They can't, it's like they see images of blood red on a planet and things like that. And that's all that they ever see, really. So they send off a strike force of the Fourth Brotherhood, led by Brother Captain Crom. So he's another one of the key characters. When they arrive, he interrogates the fleet commander Abcondis along with Inquisitor Emagma, and obviously those two people are both kind of super powerful, but they're being suddenly interrogated by, a captain, of the Grey Knights, which is almost something they've never even heard of before. So they're like cacking themselves, or at least the Abcondis was. The Inquisitor probably has faith in her beliefs that she's doing the right thing. And there was a lot of discussion between Abcondis and Emagma beforehand, like, saying, are we doing the right thing here by activating this, or is it going to all go horribly wrong? Things like that, because it is just archaeotech. They don't know what it's going to actually unleash when they activated it, but they believe they're doing the right thing. So the Captain Grom is making sure that the Trawl engine wasn't tainted in any way and that there's no heresy happening with any of this technology. We see the battle groups of fleet Qantas. They're all summoned back to the system, basically, because the Grey Knights inform them of this incoming chaos fleet that they believe. So basically the whole system gets filled with this vast army of ships. And basically it gets to the point where nothing's happened yet. And they're like, are the chaos ever going to arrive? But basically on the 7th hour of the 8th day, after the Grey Knights have arrived, the chaos fleet, arrives, and their fleet basically bursts out into the warp. And this is where the big showdown's gonna finally happen.
It's all kicking off.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of different fight scenes, so I'm going to try and summarize it as sort of best as I can. So the fleets are all fighting. The Imperials eventually turn the tide, leaving all but the Ark ship left. So they're like, okay, we did really well. We had everything in place. Basically, Abcondis leaves the fleet commanders to do what they were meant to do, because he's like, we've planned and prepared for this. So it's like, I'm just going to oversee and let them get on with it. And this was in the last episode, I talked about there was a really boring passage where it was like, this captain so-and-so of the ship of this class was doing this. And this was this passage where they're talking about all the different fleet captains, and that was a very boring passage, but could have been presented in a much better way. I.e., should have just been a little table as part of the, and that's what it would have been done if it was a Forge World book. So yeah, that was what I was referencing in that episode. It was this bit here in the story. So they think they've won. They've turned the tide, and they're all sort of gathering around the Ark to try and destroy it. Now we get to the Malak onslaught. So actually what happens is that was like the initial thrust of the Chaos fleet, and actually all the World Eaters now finally arrive in real space. They basically let all the smaller ships, the other Chaos renegades that were part of the Bell fleet, off first, sort of lambs to the slaughter. And it's now, the elite force has arrived. So they enter inside the Mandeville Point, which I think is the point where you're not meant to progress past if you're coming from real space, because you can't basically translocate from the warp to real space too close to a planet. But basically they do like this crazy maneuver where they appear beyond the Mandeville Point, which is what no one thinks they would do, basically. And they do a three-pronged assault. So one's feint to one of the other planets in the outer system, luring many of the defenders away in that direction. But what they do is they use the gravity of that planet to slingshot themselves back around to Malak Baal, which is the key planet where the beacon is. So they sort of lure a bunch of the defenders over to this secondary planet, thinking that they're going to do just a mass invasion of the entire galaxy. Sorry, not galaxy, the system. But they don't. They just use it as a gravitational slingshot to go where they really want, effectively deserting and abandoning the defenders because they can't catch up, because they're not able to use the gravity in the same way. And then the other two, one of them goes above and below the galactic plane. Again, not sort of traveling along as you normally would in the system. Space stuff, exactly. If you play Battlefleet Gothic, maybe you have an idea. Anyway, so intense fighting occurs when the fleets clash. The Imperial forces are more organised, but outmaneuvered basically by the World Eaters. Angron's flagship, the Conqueror, captures the ship Resplendent, and they talk about its Ursus claws, which I think was a massive like a harpoon, and that basically drags the ship towards it, and then their ship's got these great big claws which smash into it, into the bridge and the ship, basically.
Sounds ominous.
Yeah, so Angron sort of flies from the Conqueror into the Resplendent, and basically goes to do his thing to smash them up. And as he's flying out the ship, because I think actually what he does is he goes through the ship.
Through the ship?
I think so.
We'll say it.
Or at least at one point. So I've got Angron smashes through the bridge and the ship. So he literally sort of flies literally through the ship like a dart. So he goes from one end of the ship to the other, just like enraged, hacking and slashing his way. And then he goes off to fly after another ship, basically. And as he does, he's hit by a lance blast. So he suffers like massive damage, but you can tell that his body's healing itself. And he's like almost willing himself to stay in real space. He then goes again from through another ship from one side to the other, just tearing a massive hole in it, and destroys the Resplendent, which was the first ship. And then he's just doing the same thing, going from ship to ship, to like leaving a trail of destruction behind him. So sort of showing how crazily powerful he can be, I guess, if he's managing to take out actual ships.
There you go. Bit of a nuisance by the sounds of things.
Yes, yeah. So the Imperials starting to be in retreat, but basically, but one of the reinforcements of the Imperials heads back towards Malak Baal, because they were like in the outer system, so they're all now coming back to try and intercept the Angron's forces, basically. So more of these defending ships are starting to appear. So the Grey Knights
ships wanting to get blown up by the mad, loony demon Primarch flying around.
Yes, exactly. So in one of the battles, the Grey Knights, Fleet Commander Abcondis, he's still around, and Chapter Master Dugal, who's one of the Space Marine chapters that are in this fight, because there's a few.
Not one of the important ones, I assume.
No, I want to say Firehawks, but I don't think it's that. It gets mentioned later on. So
one of
'cause there's
the
a
red
few.
shirt Space Marine chapters that can just get murdered on a whim.
Yes, basically. So they all sort of gang up together and do a counterattack, which would have won the battle, but Angron's Conqueror basically just plunges itself into the planet's defences. He's sort of not having any of it.
Do you mean, Phil, that the Firehawks have been completely wiped out by Angron? Oh
No,
Oh,
it's not quite that, but they will suffer some severe casualties later on.
Yes.
Basically,
I'm sure they'll get better soon. Next time they need someone else to take the fall.
So Angron basically flies down onto the planet. He's sort of heading down towards the planet because he wants to get to the source of the beacon.
You don't like that beacon?
No, I know. There's Canoness Cade, who's one of the other minor characters. She forms a strike party of Sisters of Battle and Space Marines, and they go on board the Ark of Omen, the Clarion Dire, which I think is the second Ark of Omen. So they're doing like these counter offenses. The Ark translates into the warp, but in doing so, it shatters the tip of the spear formation of the Chaos Fleet, basically.
Gotcha.
Because weird stuff sort of happens. Admiral Pell, who's one of the fleet captains, he's the one reinforcing everyone as well. He manages to make the most of the enemy's weakened dispositions to try and do like a part of this counterattack. Angron flies down to the Choral engine. Sorry if this is jumping around a bit because that's literally what happens in the story. They keep darting around to these small little set pieces. So Angron flies down to the Choral engine. He's caught by an anti-orbital laser blast which disintegrates his body, but basically his will and anger reforms his body anew. So he's basically, instead of letting himself return to the warp where he would re-emerge elsewhere in the galaxy, like the whole concept of the 8 days, 8 hours, 8 minutes thing. So in theory, that should have happened, but this is where he goes, no, it's not happening yet. So I've still got stuff to do here. So because he's just so angry and mad about this, the Astronomicon beacon. So this actually is the bit that relates, I guess, thematically to his rules, where once he's destroyed, he can come back in the next turn if you spend the blood type points. Because technically, because the story was, he gets destroyed, goes back to the warp, and 8 days, 8 hours, 8 minutes later, he reappears. And I was like, well, that surely wouldn't be one turn of the game. But this bit here kind of gives a bit of an explanation to that, where it's basically his own will is, even though he's technically destroyed, he's not actually going back to the warp. He's sort of reforming himself and sticking around on the battlefield for longer, basically.
Sometimes he just doesn't fancy it.
Well, exactly. So basically, Angron wrecks the defences of this massive fortress, which houses the Choral engine. He destroys the gates that are absolutely huge. And as he looks up, he sees loads of drop craft coming down to support him. So all the chaos forces are landing on the planet as well. Through the warp, he hears the noises of demons ready to join the battle, because there's now like a suitable blood tithe that's been paid, so the demons can now suddenly appear, even though the beacon's still there. There's like been enough suitable sacrifice that they can sort of manifest on the planet. And Angron feels the pain of the butcher's nails in his head, which again is a recurring motif throughout the story, before he heads down towards the Choral engine in a stream of wanton destruction and bloodlust, I've written. And that's probably quoting the story. We get to now the bit called The Bloodstorm Breaks. So they talk about how the Battle of Malak Bale took place in 3 sections on the planet. So there's one section which is high above the North Pole, where Grey Knights are leading a counter-attack against Exsanguinator, which is one of the big ships. The Grey Knights banish the demon prince Dragnor before teleporting down to the Choral engine as the ship dies. having just lost its link to the warp. So basically, the ship itself was tied to the demon prince that was basically commanding the ship, and because that's gone, basically the ship can't function once he got banished by the Grey Knights. So the ship sort of starts to dissipate, and they quickly teleport back down to the planet. And then above the equator, there's the Space Marines are fighting. So here is where the chapters are. It's the Void Talons, the Imperial Fists, which isn't a B-list Space Marine
Yeah,
team.
but that'd be fine.
And the Howling Griffins as well, which is another slightly more well-known one. I think the Void Talons was one of those Primaris only ones.
Oh, yes.
If I remember correctly.
I assume they're getting the kicking.
Maybe. They gave no distinction, though. They're all together as a team. So they do boarding actions against the Conqueror, which is Abaddon's main...
Available now from gamesworkshop.com. Or is it
Yes.
.co.uk? Whatever it is. Whatever the URL is.
Yeah. And while that's happening, so they're doing boarding actions on Conqueror and other ships. And while that's happening, there's a weird phrase I had to put in. Basically, demon engines storm down from the sky on a bridge of flames towards the fortress where Angron is wreaking havoc. So there's a weird sort of thing, like literal demon engines on a bridge of flames coming down to the planet. Sounds mad, so I was like, I'll say it because that's what they put in the book.
There it is. Demon Engines, available now, Vashtor, to an Ark of Omen, via boarding action, so on and so forth.
Yeah,
Buy
and then
the latest products.
And then the third set of battles is Ebkondis, and he's on board the Honor of Terror, which is his flagship, and they're trying to also intercept the Conqueror and the rest of the flotilla as well. So he's still up in space leading battles as well. And it's talking about how one ship manages to breach the Honor of Terror's defences, which is the Ebkondis' flagship, and basically loads of Dreadclaw drop pods get disgorged, which include not just the World Eaters but also Khan the Betrayer. So Khan the Betrayer ends up on the Imperial's flagship, wreaking havoc. The defenders of the ship are basically mostly naval armsmen, and a maniple of Castellan robots and Ultramarines Honor Guard. But Khan manages to make his way to the command deck intent on killing Ebkondis. The Ark of Omen Vestigian Heart, which is the one we mentioned at the very beginning, is limping and damaged. So that's throughout all of this battle still around, even though that was the thing that was being rounded on towards the start of the battle. The Zinch crew basically discuss whether they should go down to the planet to claim their prize, even though they know Angron's sort of doing havoc there, or because the Ark is damaged, they're like, should we just flee? We've got this. But as that happens, the warp portal activates and Vashtor arrives, sending the Ark back towards the battle. So Vashtor's now arrived on the scene as well.
The stakes are rising.
Exactly, slowly building up. Down on the planet, you've got Chaos Titans of the Legio Carnivorum and Scarifactor.
Yes, my two favourites.
Exactly, two I've never heard of before. They're battling on the planet alongside the Knights of House Terran, which I've heard of. Yeah, so they're fighting against House Terran alongside Sisters of the Martyred Lady.
Oh, I know them too.
Artillery regiments of the Death Korps of Krieg.
Ooh.
And this other group I've never heard of, the Ulafu.
The Ulafu.
Ulafu, they're another guard regiment, I assume, artillery regiment as well. But interestingly, yes, that the Krieg get a mention of actually being on this. And I was like, oh, wow, that is, you don't hear that very often.
This story's all of a sudden gotten better.
Exactly. That was one of the very few references of Krieg, but I was like, okay, I'll take that. So despite the Choral Engine's lights, the demons managed to start manifesting, killing loads before them, but they're still being blasted back to the warp. So they managed to manifest, do loads of destruction, but they're still being effectively destroyed by the beacon and cast back into the warp. Meanwhile, what happens is 8 Bloodthirsters get manifested down on the planet as well.
Only 8?
Well, which apparently is meant to be, obviously 8's the magic number, so that's why it's 8 and only 8, I guess. But it's
sorry, bloodthirsters.
Yes, bloodthirsters.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said like blood letters. I was like,
no. Bloodthirsters are big boys. So 8
big
of
boys, the
these crazy ones are battling around as well.
I assume none of them were old. The Blood Angel one. You know, the one who don't like Blood Angels very much.
Yes, I know who you mean. No, they're named ones.
Okay.
Yes.
Commander only turns up where Blood Angels are, to be fair.
Oh, that's true. So yeah, all the drop troops of the Space Marines are ordered to leave the space battles and try and reinforce the fortress down below, because they know they've got to like try and keep the Choral engine alive as much as possible. And they start doing lance strikes down on the planet, down towards the outer defences, knowing that they're going to kill loads of loyalists, but they've just got to try and turn the tide as best as they can. So they're starting to get super desperate. So Lady Magna, she actually starts taunting the chaos over the Voxhalers, while her adepts are working away on the Choral engine's limiters to basically unlock the failsafes. So they're trying to basically unleash the full blast of psychic energy, which they think will basically unbound and bind many more of the demons if they can basically switch off these limiters and make it go full power, crank it up to 11 is what they're trying to do. And it gets to the point where all that remains of the demons is Angron and the 8 Bloodthirsters. That's all that can survive, like this close to the Choral engine, because nothing else can survive the psychic blast.
Gotcha.
A couple of the Bloodthirsters eventually succumb and they get blasted back to the warp. Angron uses his weapons effectively to dig into the ground and drag himself forwards against like this psychic blast. You know, I guess it's almost like he's in a cyclone or something like that, like he's in a storm and it's literally blasting him backwards. So he's literally having to claw forwards bit by bit against this psychic energy wave that's coming towards him. And eventually he manages to reach the sanctum, which is the innermost section. And as that happens, explosive devices blow up the floor below him and he goes crashing down into the ground below. And that's where he's ambushed by the remaining Grey Knights and the Inquisitors, Tempestor Scions. Pretty exciting. We're near the end. The culmination.
It sounds... I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's hard to hold on to all this escalating information. It's just like, wow, okay... Lots of stuff going on here.
Yes, but this is the thing. In a way, it's a much harder read, I thought personally, than the first book, because the first book was lots of different sort of narrative story. A lot of
setup, you know, a lot of build.
Lots of setup, lots of talking. Here's the Arks of Omen. Here's the Arks of Omen going off to a few places. Okay, there are some battles, but this book is predominantly battle.
I suppose that is the midpoint in all good 40k fluff, though, isn't it? It's literally like, obviously, we've set up the premise. Now we're going to do, you know, in a 5-book series, here's 3 books of conflict preceded by a conclusion. And
exactly. I mean, that is literally what 40k is about. It's about fighting, right? So you've got to... And in a book all about Angron and Khorne, that is also what you would expect, I guess.
He is a very base character as well, right? I mean, he doesn't really have too many layers to him. I mean, obviously he does. He's an incredibly, actually quite complex character if you take on board, you know, his origins and his relationship with his father and the whole
I mean, they
situation.
do some interesting bits where they talk about, like his either background or, you know, how he's sometimes still a good commander and how he, you know, can... Yeah, you can be a competent commander, but eventually he gets just enraged to the point where he can't think about anything other than wanton destruction. So
yeah, I know. I mean,
he's got his flaws and foibles at the same time as well.
Yeah, since he's ascended to the Demon Prince or Demon Primarch status, he's not really been a great commander anymore. I mean, obviously he still has some level of control over his legion, but he's much more in it for personal glories than worrying about all that stuff. I mean, it's always been really interesting. I mean, the story of Angron is actually one of the more... I mean, to be honest with you, all the Primarch stories are broadly interesting, but Angron is definitely one of the more interesting ones because of the fact that he isn't necessarily, a willing participant, as it were. The fact that, he was clutched from the field of battle by his father in the final moments of what was supposed to be him, running to his death against these kind of slaver overlords that sort of put him in a really bad set of circumstances, and the emperor essentially just sort of whisked him away and said, "Hey, you're in charge of these guys now. Get on with it." I mean, again, there's more to it than even that, but I like Angron as a character. I think he's very, he's not an emotionally deep character in terms of his own outlook, but he is interesting. And obviously the journey he's been on is quite cool. And it's always interesting seeing him in the 40k world now, though, because obviously he's quite a new addition to it. It's been very rare, if not nearly never, the Games Workshop in their own Warhammer 40,000 literature codexes, campaign books, etc., have spoken about the antics of Angron. So it is cool to see them using him now and bringing him into stories more. He has featured somewhat in other books, but very limitedly. Whereas now, obviously, it's cool because he's got a model, so they, go nuts. He's going ham.
Exactly. So he's being bashed by the Grey Knights. So there's around 60 Grey Knights, some in Terminator armor, some in regular, and there's even 2 Dread Knights there as well. And basically, just as Angron's about to succumb to their banishment rites that they're casting on him, 5 of the Bloodthirsters managed to burst into the Sanctum as well. They've managed to catch up with him. So one of them's whip basically sends Inquisitor Amagna into the air, and then with its axe manages to decapitate her, and the head basically just rolls around on the floor while it's still trying to, cast out some kind of banishment or profanity maybe to them.
Always good. There you go.
So a poor end to one of the first of the key Imperial characters.
There you go.
So the Knights suddenly...
We barely knew her.
Exactly. So the Knights start refocusing their attention rather than dealing with Angron. They know they've got to deal with the Bloodthirsters, which gives Angron time to recover and then attack the Grey Knights. And basically Angron manages to kill Brother Captain Crom, the other... one of the other key characters, and then Angron flies forwards to destroy the Troll engine. And then this is where we have like this interesting break in the story where we get these 8 mini stories across the galaxy, talking about these 8 different fights that are happening, talking about blood and death, and basically it's like the killing blow in each of these stories that's happening. So one's quite a few of them are focusing on Xenos. Another one's like an enforcer about to kill a gang member, and it's all like the hatred that they've got as they're doing this killing blow. And this ties in with what Angron's doing. It's sort of happening simultaneously as he's striking down the machine, and basically sort of time slows down for him, or his perception of it slows down. And it talks about the pain of the butcher's nails disappears for like a brief moment. And he perceives a colossal being behind him, which he cannot perceive. And they talk about how its blade is broader than the circumference of a world and could split time and space in 2. It's basically all of the corn god's powers flowing through him in that moment, and through again to the Troll engine as he's sort of striking it. And basically Angron's physical form gets obliterated, and all the Bloodthirsters get blasted back into the warp. So it's like, ooh, what's happened? But basically what happens is Angron's consciousness floats upwards, effectively into and through the Troll engine, the last vestiges of its like blast. He sees visions and metaphors of chaos triumphing over the Imperium. And he sort of actually hopes for finality. He's like, oh, maybe I'm dead for good now. And he's actually kind of like, that would be nice. But actually what you see is his body starts to reform anew on a new planet, and loyalists are screaming, running for their lives. Traitors appraising him as he materializes. And then obviously the butcher's nails actually start pounding again into his head, and he, becomes his angry, rage-fueled machine, and he starts going on a rampage again somewhere else in the galaxy and on this new planet where he's manifested. And obviously that will be 8 days, 8 hours later, whatever it might be. So that's sort of the end of Angron's part of the story, but there's still more. Dan.
Still more to go. No, that's fair enough. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's cool to hear that Angron is running around the place causing all sorts of mischief. It's good that, he or one of the Bloodthirsters, it was one of the Bloodthirsters, wasn't it, whipped off the head of the Inquisitor, that sounds...
Yep. Yeah, but the assumption is he sort of did what he came to do. He destroyed the Choral engine, and then all the rest of the story is about the aftermath of that, basically. So the next section is called the Murder Curse, and this is what is created by effectively Angron's sacrifice, along with all the bloodletting on the planet, allowed the Murder Curse to be summoned, and it basically got beamed into the warp by the Choral engine just before the Choral engine exploded. And as the Choral engine exploded, it splits the planet in two, just like Cadia, because basically the Choral engine's foundations go all the way through to the planet's core, which is so basically massive destruction happens everywhere. Large continent-sized debris crash into one of the actual planets nearby. So one of the nearest planets that we've heard about being defended just gets absolutely obliterated and wiped off. All the other planets in the sector suffer huge debris storms from the planet. The planet debris, and then Admiral Pell's fleet, who was one of the commanders, he's caught in the blast as well and suffers really heavy losses. And then what happens is all the survivors of anyone that's left on any of these planets soon fall to the Murder Curse. So their eyes...
The Murder Curse?
The Murder Curse. So this is almost like the manifestation of Angron and Khorne's will and the 8 murders that were happening, and the sacrifices that happened have created this thing called the Murder Curse. So their eyes turn blood red, they howl with rage, and they start attacking the nearest person. Basically it's 28 days later is how you got to think about it. You're not quite a mad zombie, but you are just enraged with bloodlust, and you're just going to go and kill anything. And that is what happens effectively across the entire sector and system. Not all fall to the Murder Curse, though. Some people seem to be unaffected. Vastor being one of them, he's unaffected. But Admiral Pell, he isn't one of them either, but he actually gets eaten alive by his own crew because they've all succumbed to it. So he has a grisly end as well. So I believe that's,
Who's getting eaten alive, sorry?
Admiral Pell, he was one of the, he wasn't the fleet's commander, but he was one of the fleet admirals, effectively, of one of the defences. So he, goes to a horrible end. Vastor...
So not just the murder curse, but the cannibal curse at the same time.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's why I was saying it's a bit like 28 days later. So Vastor drifts in space alongside the Stygian Heart, which is the Ark of Omen, and he's remotely piloting it with his his abilities. The Chaos Crew, which is the Thousand Suns guys, they're trying to take hold of the ship because obviously it's just been taken over by Vastor. They don't quite know what's going on. Here it says the Tome Weavers, but earlier it was a different name for Scourged, I think. But maybe they're two different names for the same group, which I'm sure it is. They try to regain control of the ship, but in doing so, it basically intrigues Vastor enough that he's like, these people can be of use to me. So actually, he whisks them away into the warp and basically says, I'm going to offer them a bargain. Not that they can't refuse, but one that I will... so basically, I'll try and use them as some pawns for a future game.
Who can turn down a bargain, Phil?
Well, exactly. And your ship was pretty much falling to pieces anyway at that point, so,
Exactly.
He's probably done you a favour. The Ark approaches, so Vastral's taking the Ark towards the remnants of a planet, and as it approaches the planet's core, Vastral sees that the molten core of the planet is basically spilled out into space, and it's cooled into the shape of a giant corn ruin. And he sort of remarks on how, gauche it is, because it's like, of course, corn would do something so ostentatious. And he's like, I wouldn't do anything like that. That's a bit below my sort of style. But the Ark suddenly is getting bombarded with all the debris of the planet, basically. So he manages to reshape the ship to his will. So effectively it folds out like a petal or a banana. It like folds out backwards, and he pushes...
Folds out like a banana?
Well, if you were to peel a banana, or if you think if you think of a flower petals like peeling backwards.
Yeah. I got the first one.
That's how they describe it. But it's like a banana peel, because that's the shape of the ship. Anyway, so basically the warp portal that is inside the ship, he basically brings that forwards to the forefront. Meanwhile, he forms other bits of it to form like a shield. He's doing lots of Magneto-esque stuff now. He's like using the ship to be platforms that he can walk on and create like loads of shields to protect himself from these giant bits of planet debris. And then he finds this big chunk of rock, which is surrounded by some darker rock. So he talks about there's this massive dark stone sort of hidden inside like a gem, and the way they word it makes me think it's black stone, but they don't outright say it. So I guess that's for people to speculate and theorize and do all sorts of YouTube videos about what it might be, or it will just be explained in the next book probably. But it's the key fragment basically. So he sort of smashes his hammer to reveal the rock fragment that he needs. And he says it's basically the key fragment that he wants, but it's going to be the cornerstone of his design. So it's obviously a super important key fragment. It's not just a regular old piece. That's why he himself is there, I guess, to do it. And with that, he sort of takes it through the warp portal and he disappears. So that's the end of his story as part of from this book. And then they basically go on to talk about the murder curse. It spreads throughout the psychic channels used by the Fourth Fleet because it's been beamed out into space. So it's not affecting people just in the system, but the entirety of the Fourth Fleet that was still around in other areas. They basically say 89% fall to the curse. Basically only Grey Knights, Custodes and Sisters of Silence prove immune to the curse. And eventually the Fourth Fleet in its entirety is declared excommunicate traitoris, I presume by the Inquisition. So basically the entire fleet is lost, which is, a pretty huge deal. Probably explains why it wasn't one of the fleets in the what's it called? The Firestorm? I can never remember what it's called. The ongoing series of books that's happening from Black Library that talks about the Indomitus Crusade.
Yeah, I don't remember what they're called either. I've not read any of them except the Plague War ones. Those ones I did.
That's not part of that storyline, but they're effectively the end of what should be the end of that story. If that makes sense.
Gotcha.
Anyway, so then we have like this weird little story time where we're now on Garvitha Prime, which is like a completely different planet, and it's obviously like Imperials versus Chaos, we assume, and we're on board a Leviathan. So the old Leviathan like super heavy tanks from Epic. No, everyone should stop and Google it. It's like a very large tracked ship, if I recall. Very similar to some of the Colossus, like squat designs that you get. It's bigger than a Baneblade. In fact, I think Baneblades can be stored on board this ship. Oh. It's like a giant land ship that is like this massive command structure.
It looks ridiculous.
Oh, it's bonkers. And you see people even now will recreate it in 40k, and it's the size of a small, a toy car that a kid would ride around in or something. They're positively huge. But what's interesting is they've kind of lore-wise said, yeah, these are still a thing in the game that exist. Which is quite interesting in and of itself, basically. So you're on board one of these, taking the view of the the captain, and basically from the sort of Astronomicon chambers, some screams happen, and he's like, "What's going on there?" And basically, the astropath is obviously the first one to descend into the murder curse because he's the one that's received it from the wall, basically, and then from here, everyone starts to descend into madness, and it basically jumps around to different viewpoints on the planet. So the next one we see is the Volpone infantry regiments. So they fall to the curse. So they're like a new guard regiment. Flying overhead, then are the Hawk Lords in their storm talons. And they fall to the curse as well. And what's interesting is, so one of the pilots starts merging into the ship, and it talks about and the ship's console, and basically these rope-like nerves appear either from the ship or from him, and he's starting to merge into the ship. So obviously he's becoming like a demon engine in that respect, minus the demon. So that was kind of a cool little visual treat you get from the story. So sisters of battle are fighting each other on the streets below. One has horns spouting from her eye sockets and has needle fang teeth. So again, interesting there that sisters of battle are falling to chaos, but effectively you're getting chaos sisters of battle, which isn't a thing in the game, but is in the lore, I guess. And that's obviously an interesting take, I think.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Because you think their faith should be so strong they should be immune?
Yeah, well, it depends, I suppose. Because, I mean, obviously there's two facets, isn't there, to sisters, in so much as obviously there's the saintly figures that derive all their power from the Emperor. So, like, Saint Celestine is, a almost manifestation of the Emperor's, golden light made manifest, blah, 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 words. So in those instances, but I guess the majority of them are just, militant women in power armor wielding weapons. So I guess, yeah, they could be corrupted. It just seems very odd.
Yeah, in the same way Space Marines can, I guess. I think as an army, it's definitely an interesting route that Games Workshop could actually go down of doing. But yeah, whether it be super popular, bit of a niche faction, I guess. If it was.
I'm also, I have to be honest, I'm also a little bit kind of hesitant around, constantly just giving us chaos alternatives to loyalist factions. You know what I mean?
Although I wouldn't say no to Dark Mechanicum. I think
I know, and you also want traitor
guard, exactly.
Yes,
I think Sisters is almost like the one where you could go, they should be so extreme in their faith that they're not very easily corrupted, and maybe they aren't, and actually this is one of the few instances where it does actually happen, but not something that would be so widespread that they deserve their own army, or in the game system at least. There's actually one last paragraph to read out, and then we can end it. So basically talks about these fallen ultramarines from a devastator squad of firing crack missiles into the knees of a warhound titan and topple it over. And basically I think the sergeant is remarking that these forces here, once they sort of stop fighting each other, will be forming a new Khorne army. So it's effectively saying how it's not just, the murder curse isn't just turning everyone insane to the point where they're going to kill each other. They do that initially, but eventually the sort of the old power structures that exist will form anew, but it will all be chaos aligned. And that's where the story ends. Angron's story finished several pages before this, but it then goes on to just the aftermath of the what he's done. Basically, it's showing that he was actually, victorious. Chaos wins, 1 point to them. Imperium loses, nil point.
Nil point.
Which is a nice change, because often we always, accuse Games Workshop of just saying the Imperium sort of wins in the end, or Chaos doesn't quite win as much as they should. So whereas this was very much an outright victory for Chaos, and yes, even though Angron died in doing so, but his whole gimmick is he reforges and appears elsewhere to carry on his sort of paths of destruction. So that's not a loss, really.
No, I get where you're going with from that perspective. I mean, it's still, I don't know. It's I mean, again, obviously, having not read the book myself, I can't confidently assert my opinion on it. But yeah, it feels like it feels as if the way you've described it, it feels like a lot of random nonsense. But I don't know. What's your feeling on this overall? I mean, if you were to give it how many fills out of 5 are we talking here?
Oh, a 2 or a 3. Probably.
Oh my goodness, a 2.
Well, here's the thing. It got better towards the end, and the last few bits about Angron destroying the Choral engine, I think, were really good. And the bits about the murder curse at the very end were kind of cool. But there was almost like just so much generic fighting about these random little stories that are very inconsequential to the grand scheme of things, I think. Which I always find to be a bit more of a tougher read. And there was effectively less of a story. It was a bit more, I don't want to say it was no killer, because it was all killer, literally, but it was also all filler. Whereas I felt like the Angron story had a bit more structure to it. It went somewhere and there's actual meaningful bits happening. So like Vastor talking to Angron and making the deal. You're talking about the building of the Arks and the Arks being sent off. All super interesting. Whereas this was just, there was a bit of build up to the fight, but it was predominantly, there was the Khorne fleets heading off towards Malak Baal. The defenders are gathering in force and defending areas, and then there's just loads and loads of set pieces of different battles, which is interesting, to an extent. But after a while, I'd sort of become just a bit numb story-wise to endless fighting. Sometimes I just want a nice conversation, where people are having a showdown of wits, things like that. So, which is often why I'm like, inquisitorial stories are a bit more interesting than generic Space Marine battles. But it was all right overall. But it was kind of average. The Choral engine was kind of cool as a concept, as a like MacGuffin. I guess it's one of those things where it's that classic case of, obviously you don't want to destroy anything in the lore that's been around for a very long time, unlike obviously when they destroyed Cadia. So there wasn't going to blow up a Cadia thing here. Basically everything that got destroyed was created in this book. So it's very self-contained and very, to an extent, to the wider galaxy, inconsequential. It's here's a fleet that we've just talked about that as a relatively new thing, and a cool planet with this cool thing on, and it all gets destroyed. But that doesn't really potentially have wider consequences beyond that. I mean, I think the implication is it does from the murder curse and whatever fleet Qantas and where it was within the galaxy. That's all gone. But
the murder curse as well, by the way, sounds like it's such a terrible naming convention. So, oh yes, the murder curse is like a couple of guys, like just phoning it in. But I suppose, at the end of the day,
it's on the nose, but I don't necessarily mind it. Rather,
no, I guess not. At the end of the day, if you were cursed with the need to murder, there's probably nothing else you would call it, is it?
Or the killing curse, maybe.
The killing curse.
That's got a bit of alliteration to it.
I suppose so. Anyway. Well, wonderful. There you go. I again, from my side of things, it sounds interesting. I think, like you, Phil, I also don't love the books, even like the Black Library books that are just endless descriptions of conflicts. I find those, I think that's where this stuff just gets the least interesting. I remember with like the Dante book, it was the same thing, which is endless explanation of how Dante or insert other blood angel is able to kill gaunts over and over and over again. It's just like, Yay! I'm loving this.
I mean, there are interesting set pieces, like where they talk about,
of course.
so the Grey Knight's banishing a demon prince, and in doing so destroys like one of the ships, or how the Conqueror, like the Chaos Fleet ship, effectively like harpoons one of the other ships and drags it towards itself. So there are like interesting bits, but yeah, after a while it's just like battle. Because here's the thing, if you look at story-wise, what this leads into, what's happened of note. So obviously you got introduced to Angron and he goes off elsewhere. That's kind of it. Vastor appears and he gets his key components, that he's like, this is my keystone or cornerstone, he says, piece. So he's managed to get a very important piece of his key fragment puzzle, and then he disappears off, and then he grabs some Thousand Sun cultists and takes them with him, and maybe they'll appear in another story. And story-wise, of things of important note, that's kind of it. Like, not a lot from this story is going forwards to the next one. Whereas it felt like the first book had way much more setup for the whole series, so that's why that one was a bit more important. They obviously haven't really teased anything in terms of what's in the next book, so I guess that's just going to be a different arc happening in a different area of the galaxy. Maybe with Abaddon, who knows? Like, it would have been nice if there was a bit more of a tease to the next book from this one, a bit like they'd referenced Malak Baal and Angron in the last book. It would be nice if they set up the next book a little bit at the end of this one. I mean, maybe they did, and I just, missed that subtlety, or I didn't quite get that, but it felt like I read it correctly. So who knows? Because book-wise, what's the next one? It's not Farsight, 'cause that's the
No, it's
fourth
Vastor
one.
next.
Oh, it's Vastor. Okay. So I guess Vastor, disappeared off into the warp, but they could have maybe, went into a little bit more detail to set that next book up. You want to
Give us a little bit more Vastor, please.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what Vastor has in store for us in our next podcast. But between now and then, whatever we're going to do next, and this transitional noise. Thanks, Phil. Top job. And that's it, everyone. The end of episode 153, although you know better than that. We're going to do an outro. What we're going to talk about, I do not know, but we're going to find out as we get into the flow, I suppose. So interestingly about this episode, I'm going away on holiday, so we've recorded this like a week before it goes out. So we have no idea what's going on as of the time of recording at the time this thing comes out. So who knows what we've missed as a result of me having the audacity to go on holiday for a week. What a monster, I know.
How dare you?
I know, it's terrible. Hopefully I survive my journey, Phil, and this isn't the final episode.
Last. No, I will carry it on and pretend to be talking to you via a Ouija board.
Wonderful. Well, there you go. I'll try and do my best from the other plane of existence. Exactly. No, I mean, there you go. We'll see how it goes, I mean, wouldn't it be hilarious if actually this is like, I did somehow, fall ill or fall off of something or crash land.
Fall out your plane.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
I mean, well, this would be very morbid then.
It would.
Our last ever episode where we're joking about your death. Ooh.
Ooh. In a way, do you feel like us talking about it has made it more likely to happen?
I mean, okay, do you want any last messages to your fans?
My
fans? Parting gift, and to me. I'm not your fan, obviously.
No, I understand.
Any last
you should
words?
be, Phil, for everything I do for you. This is ridiculous.
That's true. Thank you for editing the show, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, look, I mean, obviously, it's been lovely. I really appreciate all the support and the comments and the engagement. Obviously, it's wonderful. Thank you so much. And obviously, to my family, my loved ones, those that weren't with me when I met my grisly demise. Obviously my heart goes out to you too. Sorry that I had to go and be dead. But it had to happen one day. So, This is that. So
I know. Oh, how gutted are you? You've missed out on 10th edition, though. You've died during 9th edition.
Is this going to get played in my funeral, you think? This will be like my eulogy or something?
Yes.
Now, for, to really, get the message drummed home, here's Dan delivering his own, whatever it is, testimonial, eulogy, requiem. What is the words?
Eulogy.
A eulogy, all right. Well, anyway.
Yeah.
Well, it's been fun, is all I can say. And there you go. I mean, here we are. That was it. I mean, what more can I say? That is everyone's existence, isn't it? It's a finite thing. I'd rather not be gone, but here it is. Sorry, everyone. I just had to go and, get that cool photo of me and the jaws of that lion. I didn't expect anything to go wrong. Oh, God. Anyway, all that morbid nonsense to the side.
Exactly. Let's transition from ghosts to other ghosts. I'd like to briefly talk about Age of Sigmar. So obviously we played.
Are we going to do? By the way, are we going to do like a social post disclaimer to let people know that I'm not dead, just in case they worry?
Well, only if you don't die. So you've got to come back on holiday, and then we will, of course,
we'll update
let people know that you made it back alive.
Oh, yes, thanks. There you go. Well, hold your breath, everyone.
Exactly. Fingers crossed. So we played some Age of Sigmar on the weekend.
We did, yeah.
Which was good fun. I'm going to be playing my Nighthorn doubles list at Warhammer Fest. Although sadly, the latest update from Age of Sigmar has put my list 10 points over because each of the Hexwraith units has gone up 10 points. And they went up 10 points last time as well. So 20 points per unit is quite a lot. So that's 60 points.
They are really good, though.
They don't have a lot of combat punch, but their maneuverability is pretty insane.
Mate, they're
and
crazy.
I feel like loads of people have converted them up in a similar way that I have. They've used a lot of them have used the Dreadblade Harrows and just used them and just mass bought them because they were an easy build kit, so relatively cheap to mass buy. And I think people just like the look of them. The idea of cavalry ghosts, I think, is popular, whether or not they're actual meta list. But I think it's probably doing well for Games Workshop because lots of people are buying like multiple kits to convert them up more often than not. I've got to drop out. I didn't want to drop out the Hexwraiths because I like them, so I'm dropping out the Dreadblade Harrow, which is the cheapest character that I could get rid of. I've got to put in the Grimghast Reaper, which is another.
This is for your, because this is specifically for your doubles list that you're playing with Sean at Warhammer.
Yes, yeah. So Sean's taking his Soulblight Graveyards because he's got a bunch
Grave
of
Lords or Graveyards?
Great, Soulblight Grave Lords.
I feel like it's Grave Lords. Yeah,
Graveyards would be better though.
Yeah,
it's just a bunch of tombstones chasing you down.
Exactly, like those Blood Bowl ghosts that just the sheets.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, so originally we were both doing an all cavalry themed list, much like we did, but he was obviously going to be all vampires and I was going to be all ghosts. So that's slightly gone out of the window, but my Reaper character does actually look a lot like the guys on the Hexwraith, so at least there's some visual synergy there. One interesting thing to note, and this was the whole reason why I came to this point to bring this up. So the model that I bought was from the Age of Sigmar magazine, not Conquest, whatever it was called. And that came on a 32mm base. But when I read up on the rules, because Age of Sigmar has a base guide for everything, it actually comes on a 25mm base. Do you think, Dan, I should base it on a very small 25mm base, which looks arguably a bit too small for the model, especially as its character? Or should I base it on the 32, which is what mine came with, but technically incorrect? Although in an early edition of the game, it did come on a 32mm base at one point. Or I could do middle ground and find one of those 28.5s. However, bearing in mind the model's attacks is based on the number of models that is within 3-inch aura. So I feel like the base size actually is very important for this model.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you. I'm just looking for the actual miniature on the GW website. So
It's right at the bottom because it's out of stock.
Yes. So according to their description, it ships with a 25mm round base.
Yeah, and that's what it says on the basing guide as well. I double checked both the app and the the FAQ downloads page, which has it as well.
Well, yeah, so it's unique, isn't it, in so much as obviously the actual sprue that it comes on will have one of the old square bases, because this model was released in 2010, if the sprue that I'm looking at here is to be believed. So based on that, Phil, I would suggest to you that you need to use the 25mm base that they tell you to use.
Yeah, that's what I was probably going to go with. It's just one annoying that it actually comes on I got mine on a 32, and I think 32 would look better, especially for a character. I guess.
Oh, agreed.
The only benefit is, well, obviously on a 32 you arguably have a slightly bigger aura, so you could be well and truly said you're gaming for advantage. Although actually with the smallest base, you've got a better chance of sneaking closer to models, like fitting in a gap, basically. So I feel like there is actually a tactical advantage of having the smallest base, because then you can squeeze closer to your opponent's models and potentially be within range of more models of your opponents that way.
Yeah, I think there are definitely pros and cons, and I think we've had debates about this in the past, but I would say overall, one of the things obviously with Age of Sigmar, they've taken the time to be specific. They've put it in their actual guidance. I think really at that point you just don't have a leg to stand on. They've been very specific with it. I know in the past you've been able to exercise rule of cool and work with that.
Well, sometimes I actually say you base it on the base that it comes with. And which was where I was thinking, well, mine came on a 32, so should I base it on a 32? But yes, with AOS at the very least, there's a specific guide which says it's 25. So I think I'll have to sort of suck it up on a 25, even though I think it will look worse for it. But I feel like it's easier to base up than base down in terms of how I would go about that.
I guess all you need is one of those elaborate, extra base wraparound things for get yourself one of those magnetized clamps that you can put round it to sort of when you're using it in more casual settings, you just be like, there you go. That's how I like it.
Well, yes. I mean, I could go super fancy and actually just put a small magnet in the small contact points. So rather than gluing it to the base,
no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's crazy. You know that thing's just going to fall off.
Oh, I know. It's so fragile. Yes.
No, don't do that. Maybe do a situation where you've kind of almost got it that you can insert the smaller base into the bigger base. Something like that would probably be okay with a magnet to lock that down. But the idea of you having to create some kind of no, that's not really an option, mate. No.
Yeah, well, the easiest thing would be to have him mounted on a small rock. So he's glued to that, and then the rock could be magnetized to either base, and that's a bigger contact point to do it. But
you could put a little sock on his ghostly tail. That could help.
Yes. I feel like that's a bit too over engineered for effectively just some minor aesthetics. So I think I'll just suck up the 25 millimeter base. But I thought I wanted to get your point of view on that as well, just to sanity check myself.
I think the thing is with Age of Sigmar is, unlike in 40k, because obviously you did the demon host on the massive, you put your demon host on the Incarn base.
No, I went one down because the Incarn base was way too massissive. So I think I put him on a Dreadnought base, which was slightly smaller.
It's still pretty big, yeah.
But especially when the current demon host is on a 25mm base, which again is far too tiny for what he should be as both a model, but also for the model that I created. So yeah.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, I mean, in that instance, I know you basically brought like a normal, like 25mm thing that you were like, if you really want me to, I can sort of use that, but also...
No, I didn't do anything like that.
No, I thought you did. When you were doing it at one of the grand tournaments, I think you just brought the base as like a reference. You were just like, if you needed it, like...
Oh, I mean...
But you had it in your back pocket, or at least you were talking about it, and then also... I think you also sort of accounted for it in certain instances and said, "Oh, the range should be this, so I'll just measure."
Yes, because he does have I think a 2-inch aura.
Yeah.
But I think when you work it out, it's still like a 1.5-inch aura. If you were to encounter it, I think that was the difference. And similar with Yarrick, I think like the base that Yarrick's got. I think that's what you might be thinking of, because I had Yarrick on a standard base plus a hero base, and actually if you were to sort of measure the aura abilities, it's like even though the base looks a lot bigger, the aura ability doesn't shrink by all that much for what you'd think it would be.
Yeah. But regardless, I think within Age of Sigmar, given the nature of it, I just think, because ranges and distance, because everything in Age of Sigmar really just takes place on that horizontal plane. Not that that's much different for 40k now, but you end up in a situation where it's like, well, those kind of distances matter. And they've taken the time to document what is correct. So
yes, because I think with Age of Sigmar, combat's really important, and combat relies heavily around a 1-inch or 2-inch predominantly sort of combat range for your weapon attacks. So that's super important, having a base size of a certain size. Whereas 40k, the majority of combat is actually shooting. And, having a 1/2 inch difference, or not even that half time, it's like, 5mm difference when the range of your gun is, 24 inches, 40 inches, 70 inches. Kind of pretty negligible. Yes, it does matter somewhat for aura abilities, but auras tend to be, like 6 inches or possibly even up to 8 inches or 12 inches for various stuff. So yeah, in 40k, I don't think the base size has as much of an impact as it does in AOS.
No, totally. And I think the thing is, I mean, can I just say as well, while we're on the AOS topic, I mean, obviously they put out a meta watch for AOS last week. And it's always wonderful watching the guy who heads up Age of Sigmar describe what needs to happen in Age of Sigmar to improve it. Now, I don't mean to be unfair to the guys that look after 40k, but I often find that on the 40k meta watch, I'm always watching Stu Black just thinking, like, do you even know what's going on? And I don't mean to kind of be too disparaging about the guy, because I feel like he does. It's just how the two of them convey information. Matt, who works on Age of Sigmar, my God, like, he's just so good at identifying problems, communicating the issues mechanically, and then ultimately speaking to solutions that have been granted. Whereas it always feels that Stu has a more kind of sweeping communication around the overall kind of numeral issue and this Goldilocks zone and the idea that we got to get towards the 45-55%, but there's very little communication from him ever about the kind of mechanical problems. Whereas Matt, when he talks about AOS, he kind of goes, well, there's a problem with Arcane Tome, so we fixed it because players were using it to do this, and we didn't intend for that. We intended it to be something to give utility, so we've created that balance. And it's like, wow, that's really insightful and really useful.
Really interesting, actually, how they solved Arcane Tome from being a sort of a universal crutch that lots of armies were taking, but also using to hyper power up characters or pre-existing wizards, that now it's sort of not as good for most people to take. It's like, yes, you can get access to some generic spells with it, but that's it. And you can't use it if you're a wizard already or a priest, for example. So it was quite a good way around it. With regards to Stu Black, I always get the impression that he's the studio boss. He's not the rules writer. So he's sort of speaking on their behalf.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because they don't want to talk about it. Whereas Matt is the lead rules writer for AOS, so therefore he's on it in terms of what they're actually doing because he's in the thick of it, actually doing it. But for a long time now, I've always felt like AOS has been much more at the forefront of games development in terms of rules and ideas, and 40k, because it's the bigger system, doesn't want to be the person running the trial and errors of and playtesting rules. It wants to cherry pick the stuff that works in the other systems. So it feels like AOS has been in a place of relative experimentation where it can sort of go a bit wild and crazy with rules. And I think the fact that Jervis Johnson led it for a good few years for first and second edition, and probably a fair bit of third edition as well, that they could they had someone very experienced to lead that, basically.
It's funny because Rob of Honest Wargamer fame has done a video about Age of Sigmar this week. It's a wonderful piece of work because he basically acknowledges that this shouldn't have worked. He basically is like, Age of Sigmar, on the face of it, makes no sense. None of us should be here right now. This game should not have worked, because basically he talks about the whole history of it, the fact that they blew up a piece of incredibly valuable intellectual property and fantasy, the fact that there were no points at the start, the fact that it was like a community exercise to get it up and running, basically that they took a really valuable piece of IP, killed it, turned it into something that was half-baked, right? That's the thing always about Age of Sigmar you forget now, is that you look back on it and you go, crikey, yeah, actually, when they released this thing, they just had fantasy Space Marines and realm gates.
Yes, realm gates was a pretty interesting concept of the sort of justifying how everyone can fight everyone. Was this the Chaos Dwarf video by any chance?
No, that's Duncan did the Chaos Dwarf video.
No. So Duncan did his thing. I think Chaos Dwarves is a general trend because they appeared in the Warhammer Total War trailer.
Yes.
So Duncan did a painting video about Chaos Dwarf.
Yes.
Rob, as part of his Old World series, did a deep dive into Chaos Dwarves.
No, so this is a new video.
fantastic.
Yeah, this is a new video he put out, I think literally today or yesterday.
Oh, okay. Because he did talk about a bit of those elements in that Chaos Dwarf video. So I wondered if it's either a splice from that or he's just sort of redone bits of it and elaborated on a bit more. So I have to check that out. Because there was always rumours going around that Age of Sigmar was written in 2 months or some ridiculously tight deadline, which for Games Workshop is so mad but believable.
Oh, absolutely.
You could just imagine that a manager turned around and going, yep, we need this new game system. This is the deadline that you have to do it in. And it's crazy.
Yeah, so the video came out 11 hours ago at the time of recording. And it's just called A Beginner's Guide to Age of Sigmar, although the thumbnail has a ruder version of that. But
I'll have to check that out.
Mate, it's a really good retrospective and oversight of Age of Sigmar, and again speaks to the history of it. And what was interesting about it, though, as I say, was the idea that this game should never have actually worked out the way it has, but it has, and that's a testament to the community. But I think the thing is that obviously GW now have picked up that mantle, and I think 3rd edition Age of Sigmar is fabulous. I tried 1st edition Sigmar, didn't like it at all, thought it was a really half-baked system. When the General's Handbook came out, I was like, fine, I'll give it a go, but so much of the sort of damage was done. And 7th edition back then for me was still just a fun game that was enjoying. But then 8th came along and I was just like, leave Age of Sigmar in the dust, mate. I don't, no interest. But yeah, right now, AOS 3. I mean, Heresy for me is still very, very good, even though I don't play nearly enough of it. But Age of Sigmar is fantastic. It's a really fun game. I encourage everyone to try it. It's so much fun to play.
Yeah, it's interesting. So shout out to Pete Builds Stuff over on Instagram. He's a listener of ours, and he messaged me saying he's started to get into AOS, and he's obviously listened to our little AOS chats. And he's doing Tomb Kings. I think he got a good deal on a Tomb King army, and he's going to run them as Slaves to Darkness, as like a sort of proxy army, because obviously there is no Tomb Kings in AOS. So yeah, it's interesting that, you know, we're not the only ones. I feel like there are other people out there slowly getting into Age of Sigmar, and it's something we've obviously talked about dabbling in for a long time. And I'd wholeheartedly suggest people give it a go. If you haven't, it's actually a fun game. The double turn isn't really ever an issue.
No, never.
I'd quite happily get the double turn, but also have the double turn done against me, and quite often when it's happened, it tends to be later in the game anyway, so it's either helped you swing it back a little bit, or it's just hammered the nail in the coffin of a game you were losing anyway, when it's sort of happened to me, I think. But also I think, the range of armies is fantastic. I keep looking at other AOS armies going, oh, I could buy those as well and get them, and I then resist because I don't need them. But it's it feels way more tempting as a range than a lot of the 40k stuff.
Yeah, because what I love about it is like for me, I'm just in the destruction camp now. I'm just like, that's my area. I'm a destruction player. So it's really fun because I just look at it and go, well, I could add in some ogres, I could add in some giants, I could add in some gloomspite, some, you know, bone crunchers or whatever, not bone crunchers, the other, the
bone
savage
splitters.
Bone splitters, the savage orcs. Like I can do, like it's yeah, like, because the funny thing is like I've always sort of aspired to or wanted orcs, but I've always avoided orcs until Age of Sigmar, and I'm like I love them. They're the orkiest of orcs, and I adore it.
It was funny. I was thinking today because in terms of 40k, I know Tim is getting into orcs at the moment, so he's about to embark on an orc army, and I know Richard's got an orc army that he loves, and I've got a grot tank army waiting to happen, and I was like, oh, this could be quite a good project for if we all did orcs at some point. And I was like, oh, Dan doesn't actually, as one of the few 40k armies, doesn't actually own orcs.
Yeah. Orcs is my Age of Sigmar squeeze. That's basically.
Oh yes, that's true. Yeah. It's I think it's interesting actually, because I sort of dabble more into all the different factions. It's like I really like Caradron Overlords. I really like Seraphon. I do like the look of vampires, but I think the model count would be too high to get into them. Some of the chaos stuff's pretty cool. I think if I was to do a chaos army, maybe like demons, generic demons.
That doesn't really exist anymore, though, because they're all mixed in with
they're all faction-specific ones.
Yeah.
No, that is true. Yeah. Out of Destruction, I think Destruction's the one that appeals to me the least. But I think fair. That always has, out of all of them, at least... Actually, what I would ideally like is Chaos Dwarves. But would that be within Chaos, or would it be in Destruction?
The clue's in the name, mate.
Yeah, I know, but hobgoblins, or what are they called now? The what was once hobgoblins is now the goblin-y type creatures from the Cruel Boys.
Oh yeah,
they're part of apparently the Chaos Dwarf faction within Age of Sigmar. So there is crossover. So it might be that they would be chaos, but have elements of destruction within them.
That'd be interesting.
Potentially.
I just think that's it though, man. I think to me, weirdly, like in the 40k setting, I've always loved Elder. That's like been my main go-to. Like I love those guys. I'm big in Marines these days just because, you know, Marines are cool, and that's sort of like the thing I keep coming back to because they are cool. But Elder I love. Like they're probably still my number one faction, even though I'm not actively really playing Elder that much at the moment. Although I play Drakari a lot, but not Craftworld specifically. But yeah, God, no, in Sigmar, it's just been, orcs are just cool. Love them. Not Cruel Boys specifically. I can take or leave those ones. But, the Destruction realm, I've got a really healthy Gloomspite collection. Got a really healthy Iron Jaws collection. Oh, I love Iron Jaws. They're just the orkiest of orcs. I've got another Maw Crusher that needs painting. I'm going to have 2 more Crushers.
Oh, God. One is bad enough as it is.
Yeah, he's pretty lethal, isn't he? But like, I figured, double up. I'm going to take old the named character one that I keep forgetting the name of.
On that's on the Maw Crusher.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
okay, I know the one. Yeah,
add him into the mix, and I don't know, just mix around with it. I've written up like a 2,000 point orc Iron Jaws army that I'm like, it wouldn't actually take too much effort to get that up and running. So we'll see. I enjoy the Iron Jaws. The thing I like about the Iron Jaws is they're just low effort. You just hurl them at people, hope for the best.
That's true.
Which is great. And the Gloom Spites seem super fun, but at the same time, I'm happy with just kind of layering those in. So yeah, so I need to buy. Is it Kronos or whatever he's called? The
Kragnos,
Kragnos,
which is the big beast. Yeah, so, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, so add him to the range, or bring in like a different kind of orky clan type of thing where it's like gloom spites and orcs. Like do it old school fantasy style where it's a mix of goblins and orcs all over the place.
That would be cool. Yeah, I did manage to pick up a cheap black coach via eBay this week. So ooh. I presume someone was selling the latest battle boxes, which included a black coach. So I could have just bought that, and then if I'd sold everything but the black coach, probably paid a bit less for it. But it's like, that's way too much effort trying to resell.
Isn't the black coach
sprues
vampires though?
Well, no, weirdly. So the old black coach from Warhammer Fantasy was vampires, and there's a vampire on the coach. The black coach for Nighthaunts weirdly still has a vampire like coffin. And I assume that-that's the thing that's powering the coach's abilities. But yes, it's a distinctly Nighthaunt.
Wow, yeah, it is.
Distinctly Nighthaunt model, which is odd because it does have a vampire model inside it that you paint up, which is interesting. Wow. So yeah, that's my one big thing to go in the army at some point. And then I do have bits of the corpse cart that I could spookify up if I ever want to include that as an allied thing to go along with more models with horses and to go with a cavalry theme. But I think to go up to 2,000 points for my Nighthaunt, I've got to literally branch out into infantry, which includes a lot of the characters.
Have you ever looked at the Black Coach listing on the Games Workshop website?
What, in terms of what's on it?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
It's really odd.
Not in terms of its description.
There is a height comparison for it, right? So it's super rare that you get dimensions, but they've done a legit height comparison for the coach. So it's 170 millimeter oval base, 110 millimeter height. But you know what they've used as a comparison model for it?
A Space Marine.
A Space Marine? It's like, what?
because that's what I think their generic thing that they use for everything is the Space Marine. So I have seen that bit, yeah, which is odd.
Super weird.
But there's no, because they used to, I think, well, a lot of they should have gone with the screaming running guy from the old.
Yes, yeah, that would have been great.
Giants kit. In fact, I actually if anyone has that model, please let me have it because I want to include him in the black coach model. That was the idea. Is I want it to be the black coach like passing through him. Because I think that would look pretty cool to have him on the base somewhere. And I'm trying to do several subtle like horror movie tropes or posters within my Nighthaunt bases. So I've got currently the old hand coming up from the grave, which, as far as I'm aware, doesn't actually come from any movie poster, but visually is something mentally you always think of. But I'm going to do for one of them, I'm going to do a mermaid, banshee, coming up from the ground, but then being dragged back down with another hand, which is obviously Evil Dead 2, I want to say. So I'm going to do that sort of horror poster for probably Lady Linda when I get around to doing her. So I've got a few ideas for little horror posters appearing on the bases.
Yeah, so you get that dude in a gargant, so a man crusher. That's so the man crusher gargant is where you get that from, by the looks of things.
Nice.
Yeah, he's on that sprue by the looks of things. So there you go. Maybe I should just add one of those to my army.
Oh yeah, for sure. That would be
there you go.
Such a quintessential model as well.
There you go. Well, tell you what, Phil, you just buy me that, and then you can have the guy.
Takes a nice 40-odd pounds basing feature for my already expensive model.
Well, there you go. Personally, I think that's a cracking deal.
Well, just wait for your birthday, and then we'll see.
Good times, mate. Good times. What else is going on with us? We did that Patreon video, which hopefully will have gone up before this, actually. So I should try and edit that this week. So we did a spice challenge, didn't we? We did our own Hot Ones episode, which was quite mixed results,
Hot Ones
I'd say.
Inspired. So we are tasting different hot sauces to keep it 40k themed. Is the Dark Tide hot sauces that were available when Dark Tide came out on release. That was a gift that you were given by Richie. So well done, Richie, for doing that. He was there filming along with your dear wife. Richie actually partook in the hot sauces as well. He struggled a bit more than us, I would say. And then we asked each other.
Phil, don't undersell it.
No, we did as well a little bit, and we ask each other some 40k questions basically after we have each of the chickens cooked in hot sauces. That was how that went, and that will be up as a Patreon exclusive video.
Yeah, I need to smash out an edit of that later on this week. Hopefully, it should be painless to do, but we'll see. We'll see what we got, but that's in the mix. But there you go. Anyway, guys, thank you very much as always for listening. Really appreciate it. Obviously, thanks to all of our lovely patrons. Can never say that enough. But yeah, I reckon that pretty much does it, mate. Episode 153 in the can.
Yeah, so I guess next episode we'll be talking about Vashtor, Arks of Omen lore.
Vashtor, Arks of Omen
3.
lore.
We will have a mega update on 10th edition because we didn't get to talk about it this time. So lots of hot rules that we can be talking about, and what we think of those will come next. I would say next week, but next time.
Exactly, and that'll be in time for Warhammer Fest as well, right? So this one goes out on... Oh no, crikey. So actually, no, this one goes out on the 22nd. Then it's Warhammer Fest, and the next one goes out on the 6th. So
so maybe the next one we'll also be talking about Warhammer Fest.
Almost certainly, yeah. No, I think that's going to be
a jumbo episode. Maybe we need to, or we break it up and actually do 2 episodes, so 1 a week. We'll see how.
No, we're not doing that. Unless you're volunteering to edit. I mean, who knows? I could be dead by then, right? That was the original.
Well, exactly. I'll just hire a guy on Fiverr to do.
There you go. Well, good for that guy. I hope he makes more money out of this than I do, which is not particularly difficult given the fact that the current tally is very little. But that's fine. I'm happy to do it. I do it for the love. What was I going to say? Yeah. So obviously, actually, before we say goodbye, then. So yeah, Warhammer Fest. Come by, say hello. We won't do like a meaty thing because that feels a little bit too forced.
No, I think a few people have reached out via Instagram. If you want to find out where we are, just drop us a message. We will no doubt be at a pub in the evening at some point. If you also want to say hello to us, then if you happen upon us at the show, say hello. I'll give you a Lookout Sir sticker, which is normally exclusive to my Beyond the Tabletop purchases of people on my store. That's normally the only way you can get those stickers. But yes, you can get the Lookout Sir ones. Will we be wearing our own Lookout Sir merch, Dan?
No.
Fair enough. But if you are, then, we'll give you a high five or something extra.
I mean, we could do, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like the worst sort of person, like doing that kind of thing. Especially because I'll be playing in the 40k tournament, right? And it's just that weird thing where I rock up I'm running the Lookout Sir Night Army, for God's sakes. It's the because it's the Lookout Sir color scheme.
Oh,
Night
the
Army.
beige scheme, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. It's probably just too much to do. But if you are at Warhammer Fest, come by, say hello. We would really love to meet and greets with you. So don't be a stranger. Say hello. Although if we are playing games, maybe,
You keep it brief.
keep it brief. I don't want to.
Surely
be like guy.
Surely you want a crowd around you to
No, I don't.
adorn
I
you,
definitely don't
Dan.
want that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, maybe it's more about I worry more about my opponents, right? Like I always remember I went to the first Warhammer Fest and I drew Lawrence in game 1 of the 40k GT for 7th edition
Of Tabletop Tactics fame.
of Tabletop Tactics. Yes, the Spider. I never met him before, never played him before, didn't even know who he was, right? But he was wearing a t-shirt, so I was like, oh, okay, he's from something. I didn't even really back then watch Tabletop Tactics, believe it or not. Because obviously not, because I had no idea who the dude was. I remember him asking me about some stuff, what do you watch YouTube? And I was like, yeah, I watch YouTube. I just obviously don't watch you. Sorry. Whoops. So that was weird. But the weird thing about it was more, because obviously he's super popular. There was a big crowd around him and people kept coming up to him. And I did feel a little bit like, oh, this is annoying. Like trying to play a game and yet all the time it's all being watched by lots of people and lots of people are coming up to him and he's having to say hello to loads of people. And I was like, it's just creates a weird vibe. Not that I mind it.
Yes, I guess is that rock and a hard place where he obviously wants to engage and say hello to people that are coming up to give him the time of day, but at the same time he wants to give you your sort of time of day for playing the game and to make sure that he's not unfairly distracted. Or even if that's not happening, it is just odd having a crowd of people watch your game.
Yes.
Because I ended up playing him at Warhammer Fest, I think, a couple of years later. But I'd met him a couple of times, so I was like, I know who you are. But yes, you do get the thing of you just get some other people watching your game, which never normally happens, right? When you're
not like that.
40K.
Not like that.
Not people you don't know. Maybe your friends or your opponent's friends will come and watch for a bit, but not like several, like 4 or 5 people at one go. So I guess that is a little bit odd for people.
Yeah, I mean, obviously since then I've gotten to know him. He's a lovely bloke, no bad feelings, but it was just in the moment I was a bit like, this is really weird. It was just a weird experience to sort of be like, oh wow, well, this is like, because this was back in I want to say it was like 2017.
Yes, it would have been around then, yeah.
So before we'd even started thinking about, we were thinking about this, but we hadn't started doing it.
Yes, we were still waiting for Joe to kick into gear to do the podcast.
Exactly. Was it all on Joe? Was it Joe's fault, or was it me wrestling with depression?
No, I thought it was Joe, because at the time Richie was in America, so he wasn't involved.
Right.
But we were trying to get Joe on board, and I can't remember for some reason why it took him so long to actually get up for it.
Well, fair. For some reason, I just assumed it was because I was just miserable at the time.
Oh, I mean, it might have been, and you just hid it well.
Did I?
I can't remember.
Fair. I understand. Not that important. I get it. You got that new guy from Fiverr. He'll see you right. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. Massive appreciation. Have a lovely time. Look forward to maybe seeing those of you at Warhammer Fest who are there. But if not, look forward to the next episode on the 3rd of May. But until then, goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.